Tonight's invention has had a bit of a checkered history. On the upside, it's given us mass production, advanced trauma surgery, and the royal family. On the downside, it's taken away the Barbary lion and the Tasmanian tiger. Without it, World War I would have been a bit of a damp squib, and World War II might never have happened. Its effects have ricocheted around every continent on Earth. I am, of course, talking about the gun. The gun has one purpose: to kill animals and to kill people. From the streets of south-central Los Angeles through the plains of Africa to the jungles of Vietnam, its effect has been absolutely devastating. It is a hateful thing. The gun has prematurely ended the lives of countless millions. From the organised but anonymous slaughter of the First World War to high-profile assassinations, the gun has changed the course of history in a truly appalling way. And yet, if you carry one, you win every argument. You always get your own way. And that gives you an immense sense of power. And power is an aphrodisiac. This may well be an instrument of Satan, but it is unbelievably sexy. While the gun has created some rather esoteric fetishes, it's also brought us street lighting, steam engines, cowboy movies, and even affordable cars. And the gun itself has become a major pin-up. Film and TV have taught us that by carrying one, we are invincible. Which, ironically, is what gunpowder was all about in the first place. You see, gunpowder, it's said, was originally created in the 9th century as an elixir of immortality. But pretty soon everyone realized that instead of making you live forever, it did the exact opposite. Gunpowder spread like wildfire. Eventually it fell into the hands of the Crusaders, who brought it, along with the plague and a variety of other interesting diseases, back to Blighty. Enter monk, scholar, and explosives expert Roger Bacon. Until Bacon, the powder had to be imported, but in 1249, Father Roger worked out how to make it. As everyone now knows, you take 4 parts potassium nitrate and 3 parts of sulfur and charcoal, and there you are. Back then, though, the simplicity counted for nothing. The church, in fact, denounced it as the devil's work. However, by the middle of the 15th century, the church had decided that gunpowder was a nice little earner, especially as they had sole access to one of its main ingredients. Even in the 15th century, getting hold of charcoal and sulfur was straightforward, but potassium nitrate was another matter. The only reliable source was urine. And according to the collective wisdom of the age, the ecclesiastical urine of a bishop was by far the best. And if a bishop wasn't available, you could always try a cannon. The trouble with gunpowder, though, is that if you burn it in the open air, well, this is what happens. It just goes and ruins your tablecloth. So what you've got to do is burn it in a confined space and then channel the explosion down a barrel. A bit like this. Bloody hell! In 1418, we turned up at the Battle of Agincourt with longbows. The French army was much bigger than ours, but they were relying on cannons. And as a result, they missed a lot and lost. However, just 50 years later at Castillon, the gun was set to make the return match rather less one-sided. The French had busied themselves with cannon R&D and arrived to do battle with an artillery of more than 300 super sophisticated guns. And needless to say, they won. The longbow was suddenly very last year. The cannon was the new must-have battlefield accessory. And one of the first to wake up and smell the cordite was a young monarch called Henry VIII. He started a weapons-building program that would make him unassailable and eventually give Britain the biggest empire the world has ever known. Their frigates bristling with cannon, the British set off to conquer the world. The only problem was that the French, Spanish and Portuguese also had ships, cannon and similar ambitions. So, if Britain was to rule the waves, she was going to have to blast her enemies out of the water. And that meant having better, more accurate guns. In 1774, an ironworker called John Wilkinson came up with a solution. His machine could drill a cylindrical tube, which meant snug-fitting cannonballs. In turn, that meant more accuracy, more power, and ultimately, more empire. But Wilkinson's tube-boring machine had another unexpected spin-off. It transformed James Watts's steam engine into the powerhouse of the Industrial Revolution. Until Wilkinson, Watts's engine had leaked. His machines were powerless and therefore pointless. But after Wilkinson, Britannia ruled the waves and had the beginnings of an industrial economy too. The cannon had brought Britain out of the Dark Ages. But what was of the gun? Well, at about the time of Agincourt, it didn't show much promise. Now, this was a time way before BBC Health and Safety. So people had to operate them with no gloves, no ear protection, and no goggles. So let's see, shall we, what all the danger is about. This is it, hand cannon, and the idea was you put the shot and some powder in the front of the barrel, pushed it down to here. The explosion goes through the hole, lights the powder in the barrel, bang, and fires the shot down toward the target. So, let's just give that a whirl. Put some more powder in there, like so. Now we have to light the fuse. This is not a gun that works terribly well on a windy day or if it's raining. The enemy coming, could you just tell them to hang on? I haven't got... Oh, no, it is lit. We're looking good. Okay, so after about 15 minutes, you're ready to fire. And to do that, you simply, if it's done from the hip like this, point it vaguely at the target and... Oh, my God! Right. Not a completely successful shot, it must be admitted. Anyway, 100 years later, things had really moved on. This is the matchlock. Now here, as you can see, the rope is already attached to the gun on this, well, they called it the serpent. And the powder is underneath this cover there. Can you see? So it doesn't blow away. Right, now all I have to do is pull this, well, pull the cover back first, pull this. This is the world's first button-operated device, okay? Pull it back like so, lift it up, and missed again. Okay, 100 years go by again, and we end up with this. This is the flintlock. It's the kind of thing that Dick Turpin would use, very successfully, in fact. That's why we now have street lighting, because of how many people he held up. Anyway, what you do with this is you obviously still have to load it with the shot down the front and the powder, but you pull that back. That's half-cocked. You can't fire it like that, or you'll go off half-cocked and there'll be a flash in the pan. And then there's a piece of flint here. Can you see? This is flint, that thing there. And then you push that forwards, okay, over the powder. That's steel. Then you pull it all the way back, fully cocked. The flint hits the steel, makes a spark, and bang. And at arm's length, go for the target. Well, I think it's safe to assume that while they're very powerful, they're not completely accurate. It was an Austrian, Gaspard Koller, who in 1520 put spiral grooves called rifling inside the barrel of a gun, forcing the bullet to spin as it was shot out. The spinning made the bullet fly straight, and now we're getting somewhere. But rifling wasn't good for everyone. An Austrian aristocrat acquired an early rifle to improve his hunting prowess. He was proud of his new gun and keen to show his best friend how it worked. But his friend couldn't see what he was talking about, so a naked flame was used to illuminate the barrel. Bad move. And Austrian aristocrats weren't the only ones to come off badly thanks to rifling. British aristocrats were busy touring the world with their new super-accurate weapons, shooting anything they could find. The Rhino was very nearly wiped out by the headhunters of the Empire, and the fearsome zebra variant, the Quagga, was extinguished altogether. The gun was starting to make a difference. The face of a baboon. Joseph Whitworth was a man with an extraordinary appetite for invention. He gave the world the knitting machine, a horse-drawn road sweeper, and even designs for a combine harvester. The man was an engineering god. At the Great Exhibition in 1851, his inventions, and 23 were on show, won more prizes than anyone else's. The face of a baboon, perhaps, but what a brain. He started out as an apprentice mechanic in his uncle's Derbyshire cotton mill. Young Joseph was not impressed. He complained that the workmanship was shoddy and that the machines were inefficient. This stubborn and difficult man found it all too messy and haphazard. While other engineers of the time were preoccupied with their huge machines and their massive engines, Whitworth's world was getting smaller and smaller, until eventually he ended up designing a measuring device called a micrometer, which had an accuracy of a millionth of an inch. That's about that. Maybe even smaller. This is Whitworth's micrometer, a machine that revolutionized engineering. Its arrival meant that for the first time, engineers could manufacture microscopically accurate machine parts, and that paved the way for standardization. This had a profound effect, because if you think about it, before Whitworth came along, you'd build a machine, make some nuts and bolts for it, then you'd build another machine and make some nuts and bolts for that. Nothing was ever interchangeable because there was no way of making sure everything was exactly the same size. Now, because of Whitworth, because of his obsession with accuracy, it meant you could go to the shop, get a handful of nuts and bolts, and know that whichever ones you pulled out of the bag would fit together perfectly. Time after time after time. Without Whitworth's belligerent quest for perfection, the Industrial Revolution might well have ground to a halt. But thanks to standardization and accuracy, machine efficiency took a quantum leap and mass production took off. Whitworth saw room for improvement everywhere, and so it was with guns. He'd already established himself as Britain's top engineer and had been asked to look into the mass production of rifles by the government. After making his recommendations, Whitworth decided to have a go at the gun itself. It was bound to be rubbish, he reasoned. It had been made by someone else. Despite its recent successes in the Crimean War, Whitworth found the Army's Enfield rifle to be wrong in every particular. So he made them another one, better, more efficient, and above all, more accurate.
Top of the target again, 12 o'clock, getting near the woodwork.
In a bid to discover how good the new gun really was, the National Rifle Association are putting it up against the Enfield that caused all the offence in the first place.
Ah, that's just outside the black at 1 o'clock.
Whitworth's rifle differed from the Enfield in just one crucial respect.
A top spins. Everybody knows that when you spin a top, it wobbles at certain speeds of rotation, and at other speeds of rotation it is absolutely steady. And it's exactly the same in a rifle. Whitworth found that the rate of spin to make that bullet stable in the air was 1 turn in 20 inches against the original government rifle, which was 1 turn in 78 inches.
He was so keen on his bullets spinning at the correct rate that he redesigned those too. They were hexagonal to fit perfectly in the twisted hexagonal barrel.
Well, this is the group shot by the Enfield, and as you can see, we're running from almost the top of the target to almost the bottom, and virtually across the target that big. That is a large group. And when we come over here, the Whitworth group is much tighter. The width of the group is no more than that, which is about 9 inches.
And let me give you an idea of just how accurate it was. Back then, a professional marksman using a conventional gun would reckon on being able to hit a target that was 200 yards away. But at the opening of the National Rifle Association in 1860, Queen Victoria, who preferred needlework to blowing holes in things, used one of these to hit the bullseye of a target that was 400 yards away. You'd have thought that the British Army would have fallen over themselves to buy Whitworth's gun, but they rejected it because the bore was too small. Who knows what could have happened if the Army had used Whitworth's rifle? They certainly might have found it useful at Rorke's Drift 20 years later when the Zulus, thousands of them, appeared on the horizon. The range of Whitworth's rifle could have given the British a fighting chance. Whitworth was difficult and obsessive for sure, but he was a perfectionist. It's because of him and his ilk that Britain became the workshop of the world. But he never forgave the government for rejecting his brilliant rifle. He even moved into offices opposite the Ordnance Board, from where he would spend hours and hours glowering at the Philistines across the road who'd committed the terrible crime of rejecting him. Unlike so many inventors who changed the world, Whitworth did become rich. His factories were successful. And I'm delighted to say, because I really do like the sound of this guy, eventually he even managed to find a market for his guns. In America, Confederate snipers snapped up Whitworth's rifle, and as a result, we've been left with what I think is one of the greatest quotes in military history. A Unionist chap called General Sedgwick said to his troops, "What are you keeping your heads down for? They couldn't hit an elephant at this dist." But it wasn't just the generals who died on the battlefields of the American Civil War. Rifles that could kill from a distance completely changed the nature of warfare. This new technology mixed with traditional battlefield techniques spelled disaster for the troops on both sides. At Agincourt, with its cannons and longbows, 6,400 were killed. But on one day in the American Civil War, 26,000 men died. And things were about to get worse. Until this point, guns and cannons could only fire one shot at a time. You loaded, fired, and then reloaded. But that was about to change. The 19th century pioneers pushing across America were outnumbered by hordes of Red Indians. The cowboys put up a fight, but to begin with, they were losing. The Indians could fire off 20 arrows before the frontiersmen could reload their rifles even once. Faced with these odds, the cowboys needed a gun that could be fired repeatedly without being reloaded. A revolver. These days, the fastest guns in the West are shooting balloons in a car park. Chuck from accounts does battle with Brad and Wilbur from marketing. There is, though, one thing that does link them to their fantasies of the OK Corral. The gun they're firing.
When you're fighting the bad guy and the Indians, and it's your life on the line, you want the best you can get your hands on. I've never shot a single action gun that I like better than a Colt.
The Colt was the first reliable multi-shot gun. 6 shots in as many seconds. This new gun killed more Indians than cholera. The Colt was credited with being the gun that won the West. That led to the states being united, and that ultimately gave the world a new superpower. Set. But the man who invented the fastest gun in the West was nothing more than an East Coast businessman.
Got a miss on one.
Samuel Colt was born in Hartford, Connecticut in 1814. He's revered by the Americans as being one of their great inventors, but he was actually a rip-off merchant and a show-off. When he was 20, he set himself up as the celebrated Dr. Colt of New York, London and Calcutta, and toured Canada and the US, giving a grateful public a taste for soft drugs.
You sir, pump some this and you'll be laughing guaranteed.
His laughing gas shows, however, weren't just for fun. The money allowed him to pursue another interest. He would pay a local gunsmith to produce the first of his prototype revolvers. Wouldn't be the last time that drugs money paid for firearms.
Yeah! I got it!
The story goes that Colt came up with his idea for a revolver while serving as a cabin boy on sailing ships.
The concept of the revolving cylinder, Sam got that when he was out on a ship as a sailor. The capstan to weigh the anchor, to bring the anchor up or down, is based on a ratchet. There's a rotating head, and inside there's a mechanism. As they turn it, we'll lock it into place, we'll turn it, and we'll click it to lock it in. He saw that, and at 16 years old, his mind was inventing. He took that concept with a piece of wood and a penknife and carved the cylinder and this ratchet concept to work a revolving cylinder.
Well, that's what they say. However, It's known that while he was away, Colt visited England, where it's more than likely he would have gone to the Tower of London and seen a gun with a revolving cylinder made by a British chap called Mr. Puckle. The Puckle gun had multiple bullets arranged in a revolving cylinder, and crucially, it could be fired repeatedly without reloading. So, another British invention that was, developed overseas. To be fair, Colt was good at marketing and used the cult of his own celebrity to shift his product.
He was able to take his guns and bring them all over the world. He gave away over 2,000 guns to dignitaries and presidents, heads of state, to promote his gun, his concept, and bring back contracts, bring back more work for Colt Firearms.
It's said that Abraham Lincoln freed all men, but it was Sam Colt who made them equal. Everyone wanted one of his guns, so he had to find a way of mass-producing them. And that meant borrowing someone else's idea again. Colt didn't have far to go for inspiration. A place called the Springfield Armory was just up the road. It had been set up by the Yankees just before the Civil War. Here they pioneered the idea of the production line, replacing craftsmen with the techniques of mass production. Colt realized that if he copied what they'd done at Springfield, he could increase output and reduce costs. He was years ahead of his time. The Colt Armory soon became the world's largest gun factory, and 80% of production was done by machine, allowing thousands of guns to be produced each week. So, Sam Colt's revolver was the first truly mass-produced consumer product, and soon the entire business community began to copy his techniques. When Ford wanted to mass-produce the Model T, he based his production line on the Armory system. So, just as attempts to make better cannon had led to better steam engines, the gun, through the work of men like Whitworth and Colt, led to improvements in manufacturing and the mass production of consumer goods. In short, the gun paved the way for vast chunks of modern Western society. But then it's also made sure that there are far fewer of us around to enjoy it. We can argue all we like about whether the gun was a good thing or a bad thing, but there is no doubt that it did change the world. And we haven't even got yet to the most important gun of them all. This. The machine gun. Colt's revolver could fire 6 shots before it needed reloading. A machine gun could fire 600 a minute. 20 rounds of tracer from a machine gun, and half of Wiltshire is on fire. Look, 3 fires, 1, 2, 3. Now they've got to go and put it out. Sorry. The first fully automatic machine gun came from an American inventor and part-time shepherd, Hiram Maxim. Born in 1840 to a poor family from Maine, Maxim spent a good deal of time helping on the farm. But he was far more interested in machines than livestock and dreamt of being a famous inventor. Aged 14 and doubtless bored by all the tranquility, Maxim came up with a design for a machine gun. But his uncle told him it was a ridiculous idea that would never work. Maxim abandoned the idea and went on to invent an automatic mousetrap, a coffee substitute, a novel type of hair-curling iron, and a locomotive headlight. In all, he was awarded a staggering 271 patents. By 1881, he was a hugely successful engineer working on the electrification program of France. While Maxim was in Paris, he ran into someone who said to him, "Look, You want to make a fortune. Why don't you invent something that will help these Europeans kill one another more quickly? It rekindled that old idea he'd had back in Maine. So he moved to London and started work once more on the machine gun. When it was announced to the world that an American engineer had developed a gun, basically this one, which would fire at the touch of a button and then reload itself, the report was labelled incredulous. Maxim's gun used a simple but clever concept. When bullets are fired, the explosion of gunpowder creates recoil. Maxim used the power from that recoil, the jolt backwards, to operate the machine gun mechanism itself. One man with a Maxim could shoot 600 rounds a minute, the equivalent of nearly 100 rifles. Maxim demonstrated his machine gun to interested buyers by using it to chop down trees. The British Army, however, didn't need to be beguiled with tree surgery. Maxim's gun was just what they were looking for. They'd learned to their cost that it was possible for the modern soldier with a rifle to be defeated by an enemy with spears if there were enough of them. The machine gun, however, well, one man with a Maxim could do the work of 100 ordinary soldiers. A unit of 10 men suddenly had the firepower of 1,000. Thanks to the machine gun, the army's grip on the empire was unassailable. Queen Victoria was so impressed that Maxim was awarded a knighthood. But machine guns, like all new developments, were at their most effective when the opposition didn't have them. And by 1914, the turkey shoot was over. The First World War was kicking off, and the Germans had machine guns too. Suicidal cavalry charges were quickly abandoned. The machine gun had changed the face of battle. It led to trench warfare and bogged everything down. Now a new weapon was needed to clear the trenches and open it up again. To clear a trench, you need to fire at close range. So a chap called Colonel J. Thompson developed this, a submachine gun, small, light, portable. You could fire it from the hip, you could fire it from your shoulder, you could fire it, if you wanted, from the back of your Buick. This is the Tommy gun. These are mine here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are mine, and then this is where the army are going, really. You can see some of the younger recruits up here, and then into my shots. That's good. To minimise their losses, the army practice what it calls fish, fighting in someone's house. Of course, just watching isn't good enough. It's been decided that I have to join in. Which means I need a crash course in the army's Tommy gun for the new millennium. Right, SA-80. It is the right one.
And it's
Those
got
are the right
rounds
bullets in it, and it has got it. Now I whack it in there.
Place it into the
Place
magazine
it.
housing.
Don't whack it.
And push up firmly until it clicks. Don't bang it up, push it up, and then push up until it clicks into position.
Are we happy that I've banged?
No.
We're not happy
We'll do
with
that again.
So push
Place
it up
it
gently.
into the magazine housing, and then push it up into there, and then push up until you hear it click.
We're happy.
Put your hand over, take hold of the cocking handle.
Don't I want to open the door?
No, that'll open itself. Pull it to the rear, all the way to the rear, and then let it go forward under its own steam. Then tap the cocking handle forward, ensuring it's fully forward.
My arm is already getting tired from holding this. That's really properly heavy. I'd have a pistol.
We've got some baby watch when you finish then.
You are having a laugh. No, you really are having a laugh. Okay, let's kick ass.
Enemy in that building there. Entry point there.
Our mission is to secure the house next door by clearing it room by room. There are enemy soldiers in there, but we don't know how many or where they are.
Everyone happy with that? Cool.
I am completely out of my depth.
Then I'm going to launch assault pair 1 across. HR, 30 seconds. Stand by. HR, you'll get impact the window first. 4, 3, building and 2, 1, go.
He said go. Bloody Dora.
Don't let it go.
I'm not going to.
Window straight.
Okay, go. You know. The stun grenades and the gunfire are supposed to disorientate the enemy.
In where? Where? In where? Check it where?
But it's not doing much for me either.
Okay.
I've been in the house for less than a minute and I've been hit. This is nothing like it was supposed to be. I'm supposed to be forcing a cowering enemy to eat lead, but they've shot me. Having your head blown clean off doesn't sound quite as funny as it usually does. In a real situation, I'd be dead.
Let's go. You go first.
But this isn't a real situation, and I'm allowed to have another go.
Okay. Right, hang on. Oh, I'm so fat now. Dead. I got dead. I want to change mags.
But unfortunately, they won't let me die.
Quite dead. It's not quite dead.
Joy of joys, I finally got a kill. Thing is, though, when you and the enemy have that much firepower, training and fitness can only do so much. This kind of urban warfare is like playing Russian roulette with a machine gun. When you go into a house like that, you don't know your way around, you don't know how many people are going to be in there, you don't know what rooms they're going to be in. But in this day and age, you can be fairly sure what sort of gun they're going to have. Since the end of the Second World War, one gun more than any other has established itself as the weapon of choice for revolutionaries, terrorists, and freedom fighters. It's an icon, a timeless classic, a symbol of revolution that's even been included in emblems and flags. It's the Kalashnikov, the AK-47. With this gun set to fire a single shot, it's a rifle, and I could hit a man 500 yards away, no problem at all. But if I put it into automatic, turn it into a machine gun, well, let's see if I could hit that van, which is about 50 feet away. Here goes. Look at that. Not a single hole. Completely pristine. The bullets went everywhere except where I was aiming. And that's the thing. You see, with a rifle, you can kill one man. But with a machine gun, you can make a whole army keep its head down. The automat Kalashnikov was designed by a Second World War Russian tank sergeant. Mikhail Kalashnikov was outraged by the imbalance of power between his side's single-shot rifles and the German infantry's automatic weapons. He was determined to provide the Soviet Union with a simple but reliable submachine gun. And he certainly did that. The beauty of what he came up with in 1947, hence the name AK-47, is the simplicity. It fires at the same rate as a modern machine gun, around 600 bullets a minute. But if we take the back off, look, there's nothing in there. There's nothing to go wrong. You just pull the spring back, and then, when you pull the trigger, some baler twine causes the hammer to go forwards. And look at all the gaps. You could fill this chamber with, I don't know, dust and grit and water and dead rats, and it would still work. That's the thing. An AK-47 can kill almost anything, but it's almost impossible to kill an AK-47. It's claimed that the AK-47 has already killed more people than both atomic bombs. At least 100 million have been produced, which means that every 60th person in the world has got one. It is undoubtedly the most popular gun on Earth. You can buy an AK like this for £60 these days, and that means the power is available to just about everyone.
A man's been shot dead and a woman injured after a gunfight. 8 people have been injured after...
In the UK in 1994, there were 68 gun murders. In Germany, there were 380. But in America, the figure was 11,127. Here, where your right to have a gun is enshrined in the Constitution, there are more gun shops than petrol stations. Protection that soldiers are asked to wear today weighs more than a medieval suit of armour. Small wonder then that so many soldiers replace these Kevlar pads here with pieces of cardboard, especially as, look at this. This is the best disclaimer I have ever seen. Whoa. This armour is not designed to protect the wearer against rifle fire or sharp or pointed implements. What, like a pencil? And I thought a bulletproof vest was bulletproof. But then I thought that a cigarette case in your top pocket was more or less guaranteed to stop a bullet too. Seems not. Hollywood has taught us that petrol explodes when it's shot. It doesn't. We know for a fact that machine gun magazines last for at least the length of the movie. Wrong again. And that the safest place to be in a shootout is behind a car door. Crikey. The sad truth is that being shot is very rarely only a flesh wound. Away from the glamour of the silver screen, real bullets in real people are truly devastating.
It causes a little teeny hole as it goes in, but as it exits, it may have an injury that's 7 inches across because of the fact that it's causing a blast effect of the surrounding tissues.
Steve Cohen knows all about gunshot wounds. Florida has over 600 gun deaths a year. That's more than the rest of the developed world combined.
Most people that are struck by a bullet are not struck in the act of some type of gangland violence or even related to some kind of criminal act. What we see is a lot of people come in having been shot by a disgruntled girlfriend, wife, husband, or boyfriend.
The country that gave us the Western is also the country where there are 200 million guns. That's one for every citizen. Hollywood, it ain't.
You know, people often wonder if we spend a great deal amount of time fishing around for bullets. You know, like in the movies, you're always in there and the bullet comes out and they drop it in and ding, and you think, oh, he's going to get well. We don't spend any amount of time looking for the bullet. In fact, most of the bullets are embedded somewhere that's not accessible without going through vital structures, potentially. So we leave the bullets alone unless they just reveal themselves to us.
Steve and his colleagues have a remarkable success rate with their gunshot patients. Only 10% die. But death is not the only problem brought about by the gun.
I think there's clearly a randomness to the outcome of a gunshot wound, depending on the path of the bullet. If it goes through your heart, it may be the end of you. One person was shot in the head. It went basically in and out, didn't even cause a skull fracture. He went home. We had a woman last week that was shot a single time in the neck and ended up a quadriplegic. The old Dirty Harry question, do you feel lucky? All right, I mean, I guess that's really what it comes down to, and nobody likes to have their existence based on luck.
But thankfully, the odds are shortening. In the same way that Formula One motor racing supposedly provides the ordinary motorist with innovations like traction control, the trickle-down effect of war on civilian life has meant new surgical techniques, cleverer bandages, and state-of-the-art clotting agents. These innovations are, of course, good news for all of us. Not least because when your traction control fails and you end up speared on something sharp, the chances are that you'll owe your survival to the gun. However, although the theatre of war has given us new techniques for dealing with trauma, keeps on coming up with new and improved methods for inflicting it. Seems that very soon a bullet wound will need much more than a doctor. Because if the manufacturer's promotional materials to be believed, the gun has moved on.
Metal Storm takes ballistics from a 19th century mechanical operation to 21st century electronics with unprecedented performance, reliability, control, and safety.
Safety? Metal Storm makes Maxim's tree-felling machine gun look about as scary as a pointed stick. This gun, though the word gun seems somehow inadequate, has the unprecedented firepower of 1 million rounds a minute. It uses an electronic firing system, so the gun can be programmed to fire the bullets in pretty patterns.
Or can overlap in flight, like a tight swarm of bees.
Those would be safe bees, you understand. Of course, if you're having a really bad day, you could just empty the entire hive in one go.
A single soldier can carpet the target area with 1,800 grenades, plus 360 heavy mortar rounds in just 0.25 seconds. Enough to overwhelm a very serious threat.
And that's the future, the video game generation playing games with real weapons, just like at home. Computer, joystick, huge gun.
Stand by. Mark. Guns up.
Certainly, it's unlikely that the soldier of tomorrow will do anything quite so tacky as actually hold his weapon. So, there we have it. An invention that has certainly changed the world. But for better or for worse? On the upside, we have street lighting, mass production, and advances in surgery. On the downside, an awful lot of dead people, and of course, no quagga. In a way, though, gun good or bad is a pointless question, because it's here to stay. Don't worry, though, soon only good people are going to be allowed to use them.
Introducing the world's first totally electronic handgun. This electronic ballistics technology can protect police officers by preventing a criminal from shooting an officer with their own gun.
Strangely, though, for me, this does represent a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Because computerizing the gun might change the world in a way that none of us were expecting. No more military coups, no more assassinations, possibly even no more war. Why? Well, if you put a simple mechanical device like this in the hands of a human, you've got a lethal combination. You put a computer in charge, it'll break down all the time. Good night.
There's something for everyone this Saturday night on UK TV. Here on Documentary, a night of inventions that changed the world. Hidden treasures up next on History, while Keith Floyd's getting sozzled in India over on food. UK TV, Great British Television.
Nobody can do me no harm.
wouldn't be able to watch this without tonight's invention. But it isn't the television. Modern aeroplanes wouldn't be able to fly without it. But it isn't the jet engine. It's given us mobile phones, compact discs, and space travel. Without it, money would effectively cease to exist. Western society would collapse. And worst of all, I wouldn't be able to start my car. So, on balance then, a tentative thumbs up for the computer. Just about every area of our lives today has been touched by the silicon hand of the microprocessor. Computers keep us warm, they cook our food, they play our music, they protect us from harm. In so many ways, they're a better, faster us. On the other hand, though, computers are slow, petulant, bad-tempered. They live in a permanent state of PMT, and they have no sense of ambiguity. And mine is now just taken to just turning itself off. You're just typing away, it's gone. And then when you turn it back on again, it says on the screen, you didn't shut me down properly, now I'm going to have to check all the disks. And I didn't turn you off! I hate them! I hate them so much! I love them! Nothing in the world causes me more stress than computers! I loathe every molecule of their construction! To make matters worse, computers have become so much more than glorified typewriters. They're robots, cars, designers and pilots. Apparently computers now have intelligence. They've become so bright they can even chop vegetables. Computers, then, have certainly changed the world. Even my willfully low-tech life as a journalist has been completely transformed by computers. You wouldn't believe how backward things were for a reporter way back in the late 20th century. When I was a lad, it wasn't just the hairstyles that were different. To get copy to press, you had to dictate your article to a copy typist who sent it to a sub-editor who checked and edited it with his blue pencil before handing it on to the pictures editor who, after doing picture editing things, passed it on to a layout editor who decided on a page for the article. Next, off it went to the printers. First, the page was made up in a flatbed and proofs taken, and a mould was made, which was turned via the mysteries of hot metal into a print roller. Finally, the presses rolled. At last. Today, however, things are a bit different. I've just written a newspaper column on this laptop while flying across the Pacific Ocean. And now I'm going to email it via satellite to London for tomorrow... No, not tomorrow. For yesterday's paper. It is, it's yesterday's. That makes your head hurt. Anyway, it's gone. Bye. Today, all those copy typists, editors, printers and so on are replaced by Jerry and his computer. Jerry subs, Jerry lays out, and Jerry sends the page to press. Jerry does everything in a fraction of the time. So, thanks to the computer, a man in Penzance can now read something that I wrote the day before, 35,000 feet above New Zealand. And do you know what the most amazing thing about that is? That we take it for granted. Today, computers come in many different forms, but whatever they appear to be doing, all they're actually doing is maths. Very quickly. The story of the quest to build an electronic brain, how computers were conceived, how they grew up, and where they're taking us to now, is an epic spanning 3 centuries. It's a story of sex and suicide, a tale of obsession and excess. And, as with so much of what we now call civilization, it all started with the Victorians. The Victorians enjoyed life at the very pinnacle of the British Empire. But the Industrial Revolution, the machine age, relied on men called computers, men who did maths with a pencil. Trouble was, these men with pencils made mistakes. What was needed was to get rid of human error. The computers, the men with pencils, needed to be replaced with something more reliable. What was needed was a mechanical brain. But to come up with the goods, it took a man with a pencil. Charles Babbage was the son of a wealthy banker. He was Lucian Professor of Mathematics at Cambridge University. He was a Fellow of the Royal Society, a respected economist and amateur playwright, the archetypal polymath, known to everybody who mattered in Victorian London. But it all went wrong. When he died 130 years ago, he was uncelebrated and unloved. No one came to his funeral.
For as much as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother here departed, we therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes.
In life, Babbage was a man who mingled with the glitterati of the Victorian intelligentsia. In death, he was abandoned by all but his closest relatives, a far cry from his remarkable and full career.
Blessed be the name of the Lord.
He immersed himself in the study of biblical miracles and spent months calculating that the chances of being raised from the dead were 1 in 10 to the power of 12. Weird. But then this was a man who once baked himself in an oven at 265 degrees Fahrenheit for exactly 4 minutes to find out what would happen. Then, when he'd cooled down, he invented the Greenwich time signal. One afternoon, for fun, he went to the London Borough of Marylebone and counted all the broken window panes. There were 462. And then he drew up a chart detailing the precise cause and type of every single break. Well, how about this one? One day he was lowered into Mount Vesuvius because he wanted to know how hot lava was. Babbage was a complete number junkie. He was obsessed with order, he was obsessed with maths, he was obsessed with tabulation. Every part of his life had to be put in a neat, ordered, structured chart. What Babbage needed was a machine. And the machine he eventually built to fuel his thirst for order was what he called his difference engine. It was what we today might call a computer. It was what his Victorian audience called a miracle.
Is to build another iron ship, even larger.
Babbage publicised his invention at the soirees he held for the great and the good of Victorian London. Everyone from Darwin to Brunel to Charles Dickens and Mary Shelley were guests at Mr. Babbage's dinner table.
Drowning would be the very last thing I'd grab.
These were the Victorian opinion formers, men of science and politics, the people who mattered.
One will simply embark at Southampton at one end, and then walk to America at the other.
And while the diners were dazzled by the wit and erudition to be had, the real reason they were there was for the hard sell.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please.
Babbage had only built a demonstration piece, a working model of the difference engine. If he was to complete the project, he needed backers.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a machine that can perform miracles. Observe, if you will. The machine displays number 2. When I crank the handle, lo and behold, number 4.
Bravo.
And another turn?
6.
Indeed, my dear, number 6. And what would happen?
At the time, the idea that a machine could be instructed was a radical concept. It seemed to Babbage's Victorian audience that what they were watching was a machine almost capable of thought.
Another turn.
Babbage was so far ahead of his time.
One more turn.
It's hardly surprising that his guests found it hard to keep up.
129?
You've broken it, Babbage.
Not broken, sir. Engineered. Before you came, I set the machine to jump to 129 when it reached 12. I made it happen.
Though his guests couldn't possibly have understood how the device worked, what they did realise was its potential. In the mid-1800s, the British Empire ran not on tea, but on tables. There were mathematical tables for everything, calculating insurance premiums, pension entitlement, and most importantly, navigation. Trouble was, there were errors, lots of them. And things could go badly wrong. Ships bound for Manila ended up in Hong Kong. The Empire was running aground on the slip of a computer's pencil.
Well, there are engineering applications, we all know that, but what of the rest of mankind?
Mr. Babbage's marvellous machine offered an end to human error. The difference engine would calculate and print out the vital tables, eliminating mistakes all the way through the process.
And the computer will be released from his life of drudgery.
Brilliant, Babbage. Quite brilliant.
For once, we can actually say the British government knew a winner when they saw one. Even though Babbage only showed them this, a small part of the machine, the Exchequer responded by giving him a cheque for £17,000. And that's what it would have cost back then to buy 2 warships. So here we have Babbage. He's at the height of his powers. He's rich, he's connected, he's popular, and he has the funding to change the world. And he made a complete Horlicks of it. First, he fell out with the one man in the country capable of making the machine, his engineer, Joseph Clement. Babbage claimed he was being ripped off. Clement walked out. Next, he changed his mind about the design and started from scratch on an even bigger, better machine, the imaginatively named Difference Engine 2. Finally, Babbage ran out of money, and the project ground to a halt. The Difference Engine was never made. The money stopped, and then the ridicule started. Even the Prime Minister, Robert Peel, had a dig, saying that if the engine were ever to be built, it should be set to calculate its own usefulness. Oh, how they laughed. Babbage's groundbreaking machine was dismissed by a weary wave of the Chancellor's hand. In the end, it was even claimed that the ridiculous crate of cogs would never have come to anything anyway. But in 1991, to mark the bicentenary of Babbage's birth, engineers at the Science Museum did build the cogwheel brain. And it did work. This is a beautiful piece of engineering. Now, what you do is you set the equation or the piece of maths that you want to do on these cogs here. Then you turn this handle, and the answer comes spewing out on this piece of paper here. And that's it. Human error eliminated. All the men with pencils eaten and spat out by this brass and gunmetal. The machine's accuracy was down to what Babbage called the unerring certainty of mechanism. The idea was that the position of the cog, unlike a thought, cannot be misinterpreted. Don't think, however, that the Difference Engine was just some kind of fancy pocket calculator. I mean, you couldn't turn that upside down and snigger at the word boobs, for example. And don't think either that it would be stumped if you tried to give it something more difficult than 34 to the power of 7. This thing can do ferocious calculations. Stuff like this. Now, these are ballistic equations, and that's important because when the Americans got their first computer in the 1940s, the first thing they did with it, was work out how far a projectile would go out of a gun and where it was going to land. They made gunnery tables. So, if Babbage had made this in 1850, the First World War would have lasted 25 minutes? No, really, think about it. Gun, trench, weight of projectile is known to you, turn the handle a few times, bye-bye Fritz. Babbage recognised the need for even more powerful machines and continued designing mechanical computers. He came up with what he called the analytical engine, which worked in almost exactly the same way as a modern electronic computer. But by this stage, Babbage had run out of people who took him seriously, and so the device, like his difference engines, remained on paper. Charles Babbage gave the world many things. Gave the theatre coloured lighting for a kick-off. And he left the railways with 2 different types of cowcatcher. But alas, he produced no brass brains. So the chance of a Victorian information age was extinguished. So what if the difference engine had been made in the 19th century? Well, the empire would have been even more efficient, and that would have made Britain even richer. And that would have meant the First World War probably wouldn't have started in the first place. And the Titanic wouldn't have been so fatally flawed, and the Hindenburg wouldn't have crashed. The list is quite simply endless. Unfortunately, however, Babbage's genius went with him to his grave. And it wasn't until the middle of the next century, 80 years later, when the men with pencils were really up against it, that the need for a mechanical computer surfaced once again. This time, it was Adolf Hitler who ensured that a computer was needed like never before. I'm sure we all know the story by now. It's 1940, Europe's under the Nazi jackboot, stout-hearted East End folk, Britain in big trouble. The one thing that might prevent a German victory was spying.
We shall fight on.
Staying one step ahead of Hitler by listening in to wireless communications between his commanders at head office and the troops in the field. Obviously, all these messages were scrambled. But it was no good looking at a piece of paper with gibberish on it and saying, well, that's impossible. If we were going to win this thing, we had to crack the codes. It was that simple. The time had come for a maths machine. A machine that could make sense of all the coded nonsense. 2 men rekindled Charles Babbage's dream, and one of them was a talented marathon runner called Alan Turing. Turing was a brilliant young mathematician, doing his bit for the war effort. Of course, he was not alone. When war broke out, the government rounded up the best academics available and put them to work on knotty problems of national importance. Turing found himself reunited with many of his friends and tutors from Cambridge, all set to work as military code breakers. Their first success was cracking the German Enigma code. That meant the U-boats were defeated and that vital Allied shipping was safe once more. The story has been told and retold. There have even been films made and plays written about Enigma. But Enigma was only part of what happened here at Station X, Bletchley Park in Buckinghamshire. During the war, this place was intelligence central. Spies, strategists and soldiers rub shoulders with the finest maths brains in the country. And one of the biggest brains, perhaps the biggest on the whole site, was to be found in here, Hut 8. This is where Alan Turing worked. Turing, like Babbage, was an obsessive. It was Turing who was responsible for cracking the Enigma code. But the big problem for the Allies was something called the Lorenz cipher. Lorenz was the Holy Grail, the almost impenetrable code used by the German High Command and Hitler himself. Now, a code is simply a mathematical problem, and in the 1930s, Turing had proved that something called a universal machine could solve any mathematical problem on the planet. The idea had set the maths world alight. But it was just theory, until now. The theoretical universal machine was about to become Colossus, the world's first programmable electronic computer. It was to be the key that would unlock the Lorenz cipher. In many ways, having the idea is easy. I have lots of ideas. I had one this morning, in fact, for a car which flies and then somehow goes underwater at 4 times the speed of sound. The tricky bit is building it, and it wasn't Turing or any of the Oxbridge graduates here at Bletchley that built Colossus. It was a post office engineer called Tommy Flowers. Before the war dried up funds, Flowers had been working on automatic telephone exchanges. And when the concept for the Colossus project arrived on his desk, he immediately realized that he was looking at something strangely familiar. Just like a telephone exchange, what was needed was a massive collection of switches. Tommy was uniquely placed to offer a groundbreaking solution to the Lorenz problem.
Wait here, please.
He'd been working with Professor Max Newman, Turing's old tutor at Cambridge. And between them, Flowers and Newman had given Turing's universal machine the chance of life.
Hello, Flowers. Good journey. Excellent. Thank you, Newman. Let me take your coat.
All that was needed was the green light from military intelligence. It was just a matter of having the meeting and applying the rubber stamp.
Gentlemen, Mr. Flowers and I have been thinking about ways to speed up the Lorenz cracking. Mr. Flowers thinks he's got an answer.
Well?
Oh, yes, right. Well, the problem is that the 2 data streams need to be synchronized, which means running 2 teleprinter tapes in perfect time together. That's the real problem, you see. The tapes keep on getting out of step with each other. What the new machine will have is the capability of memorizing one particular stream, therefore making the need for synchronized paper tapes a thing of the past. And this will make everything much quicker.
Much quicker?
Oh, yes, much.
And how does it work, this machine of yours?
Well, I haven't actually built it yet.
Really?
The people at Bletchley were dismissive. But Tommy brought new technology to the party. Tommy brought the valve.
Valves?
Yes, valves.
Oh dear, said the top brass. That won't work. Valves are nowhere near reliable enough for this sort of thing.
Can you imagine how often we'd have to keep replacing parts in some machine containing 2,000 of the damn things?
Well, if you don't mind me saying so, valves work perfectly well so long as you don't turn them off. How long would this new machine take to build exactly? I mean, well, how long before we can expect it to be up and running? it's difficult to say. I would say about a year, maybe sooner.
Well, there we are then. There really isn't any point in taking this any further.
With all due respect...
No, Newman. The war will probably be over in a year, and we'll have spent a fortune on an electrical Christmas tree in June.
Go back to sorting letters, silly man from the post office. But Tommy built his machine anyway. He and his team at the GPO's research facility at Dollis Hill worked around the clock. Flowers was so convinced by the worth of the project that he ended up spending almost £1,000 of his own money to ensure that the machine was completed as quickly as possible. In the end, it took just 10 months to design and build Colossus. And as Tommy predicted, it did work. Its 1,800 valves glowing reliably. Where previously it had taken months to decipher a German message, by which time it was out of date, Colossus could crack the toughest, highest-level German cipher in hours, and sometimes minutes. The top brass was so impressed, they immediately ordered 10. This was Genesis, the universal machine that Turing had dreamed about. It was the first modern computer, and like all modern computers, it was a maths machine. It used mathematics to break the Lorenz cipher. With the Lorenz cipher cracked, Hitler's email was Allied property. The result was victory in the information war, and that heralded the end of the war itself. Shortly before D-Day, a Colossus decryption revealed that 2 panzer divisions were lying in wait on an intended landing site. Because of the information, the plan was changed and thousands of lives were saved. It's estimated that the duration of World War II was shortened by at least a year because of the work done at Bletchley Park, and Tommy's computer, Colossus, was at the very heart of that work. After the war, most of the Colossi were dismantled and their parts returned to GPO stores. But at least 2 of them went with the permanent spine community to their new home in Cheltenham. Their life after that is shrouded in mystery. It's been rumoured that they were used to crack Soviet ciphers during the Cold War. It's also been said that one Colossus still exists deep in the bowels of GCHQ. Though it's also said they and their plans were destroyed in the 1960s. But whatever became of the Colossus machines, one thing is certainly true. Subject to a 50-year rule and bound by the Official Secrets Act, officially, they didn't exist at all. In many ways, this story is a tragic one. Alan Turing was convicted of homosexuality. He was stripped of his security clearance and ostracized by the intelligence community. He committed suicide in 1954, a tragic end for a brilliant man. Today, Turing is generally considered to be the father of the modern computer, and there are 7 academic institutions and even a ring road named after him. There have been many films, plays, and plenty of TV documentaries made about him. Turing, mathematical alchemist.
But for me, the real hero of the piece is Tommy Flowers. By turning Turing's dream into a reality, by building the world's first electronic programmable computer, he was the one who shortened the war. He was the one who saved those thousands of lives. And yet, had you ever heard of him? I hadn't. Mick Jagger's never financed a film about his life. There's no plaque. And the ring road round the town where he was born is called the M25.
Tommy Flowers went back to his telephone exchanges. He desperately tried to get the GPO to fund further research into computing, but couldn't persuade his bosses to share his vision. After all, they didn't know what Tommy had already achieved, and of course, he wasn't allowed to tell them. Like Turing and the rest, Tommy kept his mouth shut about Colossus. Flowers was awarded £1,000 by a grateful nation in recognition of his war work. No one knew it barely covered the personal debt he'd run up on the first Colossus.
Churchill described Turing and his colleagues as the geese that laid the golden eggs but who never cackled. However, while all this secrecy and honour is terrifically noble, it did have catastrophic consequences. You see, after the war, Britain was in a prime position to exploit the technology. But because Colossus never existed, don't know what you're talking about, we were completely written out of the history of computing. And then the whole industry was developed by our rather less secretive, air-conditioned, centrally heated friends, the Americans.
At the time, no one, not even the Americans who were romping away, realised the potential of what they were developing. Like Colossus, early attempts weren't what we would recognise as computers today. They didn't sit on your desk or play games, they did maths for the US military. The idea that computers would become an everyday machine used by non-mathematicians or civilians was not seriously entertained. Even IBM's Supremo, Thomas Watson, confidently predicted the world will probably eventually need 5 computers. One reason that home computing was such a big no-no was the sheer size of the machines, which was all to do with the switches. First, there were mechanical switches, then there were valves, which gave way to transistors, which in turn, in 1958, gave birth to Switch Nirvana, the silicon chip.
Today, Tommy Flowers could have got his 2,000 switches, the entire Colossus machine, on this silicon chip. In fact, he could have got rather more than Colossus on it, because this chip, the brain from a modern PC, and I'm talking now only about the silver strip in the middle there, has 100 million switches. That's 50,000 Colossuses.
But even though the microchip meant that computers could be small enough to take home, no one did. Because in reality, size didn't matter. If the computer was really going to change the world, it was going to have to get a lot easier to use. Enter at this point a group of groovy Californians who saw the future. In the early 70s, the Xerox Corporation founded the Palo Alto Research Center just outside San Francisco. The coolest, hippest scientists on the planet were assembled to come up with something amazing, the paperless office. And what they did come up with, and remember this was 30 years ago, was staggering.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A screen with icons accessed by mice.
Well, looks interesting. Let's take a look at this.
Floppy disks. Well, it was 30 years ago.
I'm going to need a couple of copies of this.
A laser printer.
Oh, thank you.
Laptops. Email.
What's the mail this morning?
And, of course, the web.
Push another button, and the information is sent electronically to similar units around the corner or around the world.
Anything else?
But no one was interested. Electric post? Absurd. When I started work on a local newspaper in 1978, computers still only did things for the government. And the typing pool was still using typewriters all the way past Bucks Fizz, Duran Duran and Bananarama. It wasn't until the mid-80s, only 20 years ago, that very slowly the realization began to dawn that computers were going to be more than machines that did serious maths for engineers and soldiers.
But in my experience, it's only been in the last 10 years that computers have spread their own brand of chaos and mental breakdown around the world. And for such a recent innovation, we really do seem to have fallen deeply and passionately in love.
Today, computers are quite simply everywhere. They're on your desk, on your lap, in your palm. They work your washing machine, they play your CDs, they're in your wristwatch. In short, just about anything that uses electricity today will have a microprocessor, a computer. The average British home contains about 100. So instead of there being 5 computers in the world, there are over 17 million in the UK alone. And we've reached the point where there are plenty of things we simply couldn't do without computers. Like flying this plane. It's the Eurofighter, and even the gentlemen of the RAF couldn't fly it. If it were left to humans, Britain's first line of defence would immediately crash. The Eurofighter's onboard computer makes hundreds of tiny alterations a second to the aircraft's control surfaces, making sure that the whole thing keeps spectacularly airborne. So, you don't fly it, you just tell it where to go and what to shoot at. And that's great, so long as your instructions make sense. But in 1999, NASA's Mars Climate Orbiter was programmed using both metric and imperial units. So, after 10 long months getting to Mars, the system got confused by inches here and centimetres there. The $125 million space probe ploughed into the ground, which it thought was somewhere else. And you see, that's the problem. Computers may be great at doing maths quickly. They may even appear to be clever. But they're not, you know. They're as daft as brushes.
And the reason why they're so stupid is that they blindly carry out human mistakes perfectly and uncritically. Now, this stupidity should scare us to death, but it doesn't. What scares us is this.
For years, we've been told that one day we'll build a computerized, emotionless cyborg that absolutely will not stop. But is this really the future? Can we ever expect to be walking with robots?
At the moment, this is as scary as it gets. It's the Roomba-Vac, a robot vacuum cleaner, which they say is intelligent, but it's not that intelligent, is it? Because it can't even recognise when it's stopped being on a rug. Watch. Look at that. Come on, moron. Even its makers say in the handbook, which I've got here, that it may get stuck from time to time, and you don't see that in the science fiction films. Arnold Schwarzenegger's plans for world domination beaten by a cunningly placed pot plant. Get out of there and stay fashionable.
For anything approaching the kind of world domination that Governor Schwarzenegger deals in, computers that run robots would require at least a modicum of intelligence, and this is what scares us. Very credible scientists out there are pushing AI as the next big thing. Even Alan Turing predicted that one day computers would have minds of their own.
To find out whether a computer was intelligent or not, Turing devised a test. It was very simple. He said that if you can have a conversation with it and believe it to be human, then it must have some kind of intelligence.
He even scripted an example of the kind of intelligent chats that might occur.
In the first line of your sonnet, which reads, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" would not a spring day do as well or better?
It wouldn't scan.
How about a winter's day? That would scan all right?
Yes, but nobody wants to be compared to a winter's day.
Would you say that Mr. Pickwick reminded you of Christmas?
In a way.
Yet Christmas is a winter's day, and I don't think that Mr. Pickwick would mind the comparison.
I don't think you're serious. By a winter's day, one means a typical winter's day, rather than a special one like Christmas.
In 1950, Turing predicted that within 100 years, we'd be able to have a conversation like that on any subject with a machine. However, there are those who say we can do it now, 50 years early. This is what they're talking about. This is Ella. Don't be fooled by the picture. She's a machine, and I'm supposed to be able to have a conversation with her. So let's give it a try. What's she saying here? Hello, my name's Ella. Nice to meet you. Please tell me what name I should call you. Jeremy, say. Does being a man pay well? Do you like cheese? I'm not so excited about cheese. A little is okay. I saw the Doobie Brothers there. How did it look to you? It look, they look. You've never heard of the Doobie Brothers, have you? What's heard of the Doobie Brothers like? You don't even know where to put apostrophes. She's intelligent in the same way that I think my dog's intelligent. Who, what, where, why, hen, how? You should be a newspaper reporter. Again, let me change the subject a little. She doesn't know, does she? One of the AI community's leading lights is Professor Kevin Warwick.
Well, this is a robot head.
Dissatisfied with vacuum cleaners and robot dogs, Kevin's gone one stage further. His cyborg comes complete with
radar in its nose and an infrared top lip.
Is it intelligent?
Well, in a very limited way, I guess it is. It's sort of a basic instinct. What do I do with this information that I'm getting? How do I move? How do I operate if this signal is different?
So what's it doing now?
Well, if you clap your hands...
Oi, over here. Oh, it did it.
It's making basic decisions. All we've got it doing here is programmed to make basic decisions based on that sensory information that's coming in.
Getting the information in is nothing. That's like picking up a book. That's not an intelligent thing to do. Reading the book and knowing what the words mean, that's surely the intelligence.
Many machines can read books nowadays, but it means something different electronically to the machine as it would mean to a human.
Though the cyborg head does a reasonable job of sensing, it can't really interact with or explore its surroundings. It's fastened to its robot arm. And according to Kevin, it's only as intelligent as a dishwasher. If that's a dishwasher...
Yes.
Where are these in terms of... Are they dolphins, chimps?
I think you'd have to say it's about the 50 to 100 brain cell area. So realistically, you're talking slugs and snails.
But a slug and a snail, they know to eat. They know. These things don't...
They have some innate abilities.
There's no self-preservation with that.
Well, we do have. The power supply, they don't have their own batteries. They each have power they're picking up from the floor here. That's where they're getting their energy. That's where they're getting their food
But
from.
if you turned off this section of the floor...
If we turn off this
one
section,
was here...
they have a basic instinct to go and look for some power somewhere else.
They will
keep going to do that until they find some.
So if I put him down...
It should go off looking...
So he'll have to go and look for power. And I got to tell him to do that?
No, it's an innate response for that robot. It's a basic thing of its life. Yeah.
No, his lights have come back on.
Lights have come on.
So he's found power.
He's happy now that it's getting power. Away to go.
But these, then, are as intelligent as slugs.
It's different. But in terms of numbers of brain cells and that sort of thing, yeah, we have slugs. Probably you could say we're up to bees and wasps, the sort of tens of thousands of brain cells, is about as good as you can get at the moment. At the moment.
In 2004,
yeah.
Bees and wasps.
Yeah.
Right. What would happen if all the old, stupid computers we have now suddenly stopped working? Realistically, you'd need a lot of explosives to rid the world of all computers. But for microprocessors, there's something even more devastating than TNT. EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. They say that if an EMP device was exploded here, 300 miles above us, anything containing a silicon chip would stop working. Europe would, in effect, be switched off. Hello? Oh, not the coffee machine. Oh, please, no. So, the EMP scenario. It's the latest Hollywood gimmick, really. Been used by everyone, from Bond baddies to Matrix good guys via George Clooney and Brad Pitt in Ocean's 11. Thing is, though, would it actually work? Somewhere in England, there's a secret facility where the EMP death ray can be summoned up at the flick of a switch. An EMP strike would occur instantaneously, but what you're about to witness is EMP in slow motion. Inside the chamber, we can see what happens through specially hardened CCTV units. Our cameras wouldn't stand a chance. With the hapless PC entombed, the electromagnetic charge is racked up.
We'll just carry on increasing the stress.
And here's the scary bit. You can switch the computer back on, but there's no point. It's gone mad.
Looks like we've lost BIOS, yeah. We've got a message saying invalid electronic serial number. That effectively the computer's lost its identity. We get an error message saying that it cannot find the hard disk. This is symptomatic of something that an EMP event could cause, and that's a catastrophic failure.
EMP would mean the end of the Western world. It would mean no computers. This in turn would mean no electricity, no telephones, no cars. Supermarket shelves would empty, never to be replenished. Aeroplanes would fall from the sky. To say that the computer has become a double-edged sword seems somehow inadequate. We worry about whether or not it's going to take over, and yet without our silicon servant, if microprocessors were removed, we'd almost certainly descend into anarchy within the week. You think I'm joking? Remember what happened in New York after a minor power failure? Pandemonium. And that was small scale and temporary. There's no doubt that the computer has changed our world out of all recognition in an incredibly short period of time. And it seems the really major developments are still to come. Pretty soon, they say, the useless idiot that sits on your desk crashing every 5 minutes will become truly benevolent, pandering to your every whim and fantasy. Well, that's what they say. But these are the people, remember, who promised that I'd be wearing a Bacofoil suit by the year 2000 and living on a diet of pills. They said the moon would be colonized in my lifetime and that my dog would need a space helmet. So you'll forgive me if I remain a little bit skeptical about the claims being made for the future of the computer. Apart from anything else, I'm not sure that I want voice recognition or a laptop that says, "Hello, Jeremy," in an American accent every morning. And I definitely don't want anything PC inserting in me. Good night.
We'll always be
Whit quicker than any computer later tonight, have we got 1990 for you at 11. Coming up next today on UK TV Documentary, we're getting to the bottom of the legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Don't go away.
Tonight's invention has been used as a weapon of war and a weapon of peace. It's taken men to the edge of space, it's ruined the economy of Skegness, and it's made your lunch a lot more interesting. Best of all, though, it's brought me here to paradise. So a round of applause then for the noisiest invention of them all, the jet. People used to think of the world as quite a big place, but now it's tiny. Took me longer to drive the other day from Manchester to London than it takes to fly from London to New York. I am about to embark on a journey right round the world, and I'm not Michael Palin. I'm not going to take 80 days about it. I'm going to do it in 5. Yep. It's been decided that the best way to show you the impact of the jet is to use one to fly me 25,000 miles round the world in just over 120 hours. I'm not sure that this kind of insane schedule is what our forebears had in mind when they first dreamed of taking to the air. It's 6:30 in the morning, I'm in a bad temper, and they have just given me my schedule. Hand on heart, first time I've seen it. London, New York. New York, Los Angeles, which I loathe with a passion. Los Angeles to Tahiti. Tahiti? Things are looking up. Tahiti to We're going to somewhere called and then to Auckland. Old girlfriend of mine lives there. Things looking up again. Auckland to Sydney, ghastly place, full of Australians. Sydney to Singapore. Singapore to London, and that's 55 hours of DVT, rubbish food, quite a lot of it in America, and back. I'm going to need some nicotine patches. But before all that, the first leg of my journey, the train to Heathrow. It wasn't until 1919 that the first passenger service started between London and Paris. It cost £21, it took 2.5 hours, and it wasn't what you'd call comfortable, since you were flying in a convertible. An ex-RAF bomber with 2 seats and no roof. Nor was it very successful. The flight was half empty, taking just 1 passenger. Planes soon got larger and less al fresco, but still flying was slow and comparatively expensive. In 1939, when Pan Am started transatlantic flights, they charged £200 a ticket, around £3,000 in today's money. And for your £3,000, you got a 24-hour flight and no guarantees. With their hundreds of moving parts, engines often broke down. One early flight was 120 hours late. Ah, those were the days. Hi. Thanks, yeah, I'm flying to here.
Okay. And do you have any bags to check in with us today?
Terminal 4, Heathrow, my ultimate destination. Just 5 days to go. Upstairs window seat would be brilliant. And preferably not next to anyone who's fat.
Okay, I'll have a look at that for you.
And this is to New York.
This is to New York, boarding at gate number 20. It's about a 15-minute leisurely walk to the gate. Look at yourself.
Where's
Okay,
gate
now,
1?
Gate 1 is through the security area. on
Is
your
there a
left.
gate 1?
There is a gate 1A, gate 1B.
Because I've never flown, ever, in 20 years from gate
Gate
1.
1.
Ever.
Oh, I'm afraid you'd have to wait another year, maybe, to travel through gate 1.
Right, so this is gate 274,000.
This is gate number 20. Thank you.
Now, the jet, of course, is a British invention, something we can be proud of, something we gave to the world. Trouble is, we really did give it to the world. We invented it, and we gave it away for nothing. Just 25 years after the Wright brothers had stumbled into the sky, a young man called Frank Whittle came up with the idea for the jet engine. It would become his life's work, but achieving his dream would also destroy him. Invention and chasing dreams was in his blood. Frank's father was an engineer with a penchant for perpetual motion machines. Whittle's obsession with flight began at the age of 9. An aeroplane with engine trouble made a forced landing near his home. Frank was fascinated. He became so absorbed he didn't even notice the pilot preparing to take off again, and avoided decapitation by inches. But he was hooked. Desperate to be a pilot, he applied to join the RAF, but he was turned down because he was too short. Luckily for the world, 6 months later, when he tried again, young Frank had shot up to the crucial entry-level height of 5'3", and he was in. So, age 16, the diminutive Whittle was installed as an apprentice at RAF Cranwell. He soon had a reputation as a brilliant pilot and a daredevil stunt performer, though the top brass preferred to call it overconfidence. But Whittle was not simply an entertaining flyer. In 1928, when he was just 21, he wrote a paper entitled Future Developments in Aircraft Design. Dull title, brilliant idea. Whittle envisioned planes travelling at 500 miles an hour. This was extraordinary. At the time, the maximum speed was just 150 miles an hour, and what was more, Whittle was suggesting abandoning the propeller and its piston engine altogether in favour of something entirely new: the jet. With a propeller engine, you have tubes and wires and carburetors, and it's all terribly complicated. But with a jet, you don't have any of that. You don't have anything at all. It's just empty. Man pushes a button, lots of noise, you're going 500 miles an hour. Personally, I think it's witchcraft. Fortunately, however, Whittle knew more about physics than I do.
Ah, Whittle. Welcome.
And in September 1929 took his idea to A.A. Griffith, director of the Air Ministry Laboratory.
So, about your proposal for a jet engine. I've looked into these ideas myself. Personally, I don't think it's possible to build an engine without a propeller. But do explain to me. Perhaps I've missed something.
Very well.
Griffith almost certainly understood what Whittle was going on about, but he saw Whittle's ideas as a threat.
The air enters here and is squeezed by the compressor. Then, fuel is pumped into the combustion chamber and mixed with the compressed air. The burning mixture, at about 800 degrees, exits out the back and creates plenty of thrust. At the same time, hot gas spins the turbine blades, which are linked to the compressor.
And there is the problem, you see. There isn't an alloy in the world that can withstand the kind of temperature you'll have in that turbine. The blades will simply melt.
But I'm sure suitable alloys can be developed.
Not for decades, if at all. How fast will a plane go with one of these engines pushing it along?
Faster than any plane today. 500 miles per hour is in easy reach. If you look at my calculations...
You've made a mistake. The thrust of the jet would be half what you estimated. So even if the engine could be built, it would never get itself off the ground. Never mind. Drive a plane at 500 miles an hour.
Sir, I believe in the jet engine.
I'm sure you do, Whittle. But it's totally impracticable.
Griffith, in fact, was working on his own version of the jet, but his version still had a propeller. He was only halfway there. The result was, though, that Whittle was not given any government backing to develop his ideas. But he was determined, so he found himself some private backers and got the jet patented. In 1936, he set up a company to develop the jet. But it was by then 7 years since he'd first put forward the idea, years in which his patent and the details were freely available to everyone. The first successful jet-powered flight took place in 1939, but Whittle wasn't involved. The world teetered on the brink of the Second World War, and the world-beating new plane was German.
Oh, the first plane ever to fly with one of these spooky engines was the Heinkel, which had been designed by a man called Hans von Ohain. Great.
Luckily, there was one big drawback with the Heinkel HE-178. It could only fly for 6 minutes before the whole engine needed rebuilding. A brave attempt then, but not exactly a practical flying machine. Just days after von Ohain's flight, Hitler invaded Poland, and with the stakes raised, the British government finally realized jet fighters might be useful after all. Finally, Whittle had real backing. And so, 10 years after proposing the jet, a prototype was built. And just 2 years later, in 1941, a new jet plane, the Gloucester, was ready. Trials were hampered by bad weather, and many, even the test pilot, were doubtful the plane would ever get off the ground. But finally, on the evening of the 15th of May 1941 at RAF Cranwell, the first ever British jet plane clawed its way into the sky. This is the actual moment, and an amateur cameraman recorded the event, which went without a hitch. Whittle's sums had been right all along, and the jet age was almost underway.
If Whittle had taken a royalty on every jet engine ever made, which is something he was entitled to do, well, you can forget the Sainsbury's and the Rousings and the Duke of Westminster. He would have been rich beyond the dreams of avarice. But he gave it all away for the greater good.
Or rather, the British government took it away and gave it to Rover. Yup, some visionary in the Air Ministry decided to take responsibility for developing the jet away from Whittle, who knew what he was doing, and give it to a company that didn't. Rover made a complete mess of it and put the jet engine, rather predictably, in a car. Luckily for us, the Germans were just as inept. It wasn't until 1944 that they were able to produce jet-powered fighters. Too little, too late. The war was all but over. The struggle to bring his jet to life had taken its toll on Whittle. He suffered a mental breakdown and was discharged from the RAF. He died in 1996. Flight 20. My quest is at an end, at the end of the tunnel. There's no light, but there is my gate. Frank Whittle may no longer be around, but his invention has thrived. It is now going to whisk me across the Atlantic to New York, and then on to Los Angeles, and then a quick, well, slightly quick, hop across the Pacific to Tahiti, and then the homeward leg through Auckland, Sydney, and via Singapore, back to London. My first flight to New York will take around 7 hours. 7 hours on a plane. 7 hours. Shall I have another vat of champagne? Right, I've been on the go now for 6 hours, and I must say I'm giving serious thought to joining the Mile High Club. I just had the stupidest dream. I dreamt I'd accepted an invitation to fly around the world in 5 days. As you can probably tell, I'm bored. And that's because in my day, when I was growing up, you used to be able to get across the Atlantic in 3 hours. Now, it takes more than twice that.
Britain's aircraft industry may have a winner in the Comet.
Before Concorde, there was a plane named after a heavenly body best known for falling in a huge fireball into the ground. Yet at the start it all looked so hopeful. The vision was that ordinary people would benefit from the white heat of Whittle's technology.
The first commercial jet service across the Atlantic is established, and BOAC are flying.
Introduced in 1952, the Comet was not only fast, quiet and comfortable, it was very, very cool. It symbolized the dawn of a new age in passenger aviation. What fascinates me most of all, though, about those early days is the passengers. Because these guys woke up one morning and found that they could have breakfast in Saint-Tropez and lunch in St. Moritz, and then, if they wanted it, dinner in St. Albans. As a result of that, the idle rich got themselves a new name: the Jet Set. We gotta get out of this place. The celebrity jet set elite, Hollywood stars like Elizabeth Taylor, knew that the jet was a perfect photo opportunity, conveying in a single image the essence of glamour and glitz. Even today, people like Joan Collins and Liz Hurley have used flying first class as a way to establish their Hollywood credentials. Now, my girl, you're so young and... But just as the jet set was getting started, it all went wrong for the Comet.
This is the tragic scene of the Comet disaster near Calcutta. Wreckage of the aircraft smashed almost beyond recognition.
In 1953, Britain's jet-age trailblazer started falling out of the skies. In just 13 months, 4 comets came crashing to Earth, killing 110 people. The problem was tragically simple. The Comet had square windows, and the corners were weak points. Over time, as the plane's cabin was pressurized and depressurized for every flight, fine cracks developed around the corners of the windows, eventually becoming so big that the planes simply blew apart in mid-air. And that really was the end of Britain's involvement with mainstream passenger aviation. The future was to be found through the American round window.
Driving up and down the same old strip, I gotta find a new place where the kids are hip.
During the war, the British government had very kindly given Whittle's jet engine design to America in exchange for ammunition and equipment. And the Americans repaid us by taking over what was left of our commercial jet industry. By the late 1950s, the Comet had been redesigned, but it was too late. The Americans had cornered the market with the Boeing 707. The jet the whole world wanted to fly. Carrying 143 people at up to 600 miles an hour, it was twice as fast as propeller planes and twice as large as the Comet. It was a chap called One Trip, boss of the American airline Pan Am, who brought the first Boeing 707s. Tripp believed the jet would make air travel available to everyone. And one of the first places he flew his 707s from was New York, where I've just arrived.
Tripp was the Richard Branson of his day. He saw a world where you'd arrive at JFK with swollen feet and gritty eyes, where you'd spend 2 hours checking in for a flight and then 3 hours clearing customs. He envisaged a future where everyone was wearing a T-shirt bearing a slogan saying they'd been somewhere else.
London and New York, the world's leading financial centres, were now only 7 hours apart, and people made the journey in their thousands. The 707 was the final nail in the coffin of the piston engine. Just 9 707s could do the work of 25 propeller planes.
Talking that street talk. You're the heart and soul of New York City.
Autumn in New York. Great. It seems the British weather has also made its way across the Atlantic.
So inviting.
It was the 707 that fused the twin economic giants of New York and London, and even today they're still joined at the hip. You've got 28 flights a day and 10,000 people shuttling back and forth between the two cities. I feel very at home here somehow, much more so than I do in any other city in America. Can't think why.
They say a week is a long time in politics, but the likes of President Kennedy realized they could make a week last longer by jetting around the world. Shuttle diplomacy was born. It was Henry Kissinger who coined the term in 1973 when he jetted between Egypt and Israel as he brokered the Middle East peace treaty after the Yom Kippur War. The trouble is that shuttle diplomacy has rarely worked. But when it doesn't, you still need a jet. Jet planes come and go, but there's one that has stood the test of time like no other. The massive B-52. It was a B-52 that dropped the first hydrogen bomb on Bikini Atoll in 1956, escalating the Cold War. During the Vietnam conflict, B-52s flew 124,000 missions and dropped over 5,500 million pounds of bombs. Ultimately, they didn't change the outcome of that particular war, but they did keep it going for longer. If all the bombing by B-52s didn't change the world, then it certainly wasn't for lack of trying. Today, the Americans have just 94 of the 744 B-52s that were built. 300 were destroyed in 1991 as the superpowers retreated from one another's throats. They were chopped up in the desert in full view of Russian satellites. But although the fleet is depleted, the B-52 is still very much a fighting force. These B-52s at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana may have been built in the early 1960s, but they're still in service. The B-52 is a truly jaw-dropping aircraft. Its wings are so heavily laden with weapons and fuel they need their own wheels. During the Cold War, the biggest bomber in the world was the iconic emblem of America's military might. Its crews on constant standby to counter the communist plot for world domination.
Power's looking good. Roger. Offense, defense, you're in for crew report. Offense, ready for crew report.
The Reds may be gone, but the bombers are still ready, because you never know when you might need one. The B-52 was used in the recent Iraq conflict, and they're due to remain in service, astonishingly, until 2045.
Right, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all the obstacles in my way. And the main obstacle is that I'm going to spend the next 5 hours on an American airline with its nasty food and its bossy stewardesses. Great.
And here we see the reality of flying today. Queuing JFK in the middle of August. It's a nightmare.
Morning. Very well, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay, name's Clarkson.
You have to queue for the check-in. Queue for the security for a very long time. You even have to queue for coffee.
Travel today seems to be defeating the point of the jet. I've got a 5-hour flight ahead of me to Los Angeles, and it's taken me 4 hours to get here to the gate. Very long way from the glory days.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is your captain. Welcome to the jet age. We're cruising now.
Flying in the 60s was something you dressed up for. It was very expensive, very exclusive, and there were no queues. But for the jet to really have an impact, it needed to become something that everyone could use. Step forward Pan Am's One Trip again. Trip got Boeing to design a monster, something to cope with the rising passenger demand, and they gave him the biggest commercial plane in the world. The Boeing 747. The first ever Boeing 747 is now seeing out its days in a car park in Seattle. Its chief designer, Joe Sutter, is the man who turned Trip's grand concept into a plane that could actually fly.
The airplane was designed as a freighter as well as a passenger airplane. We wanted to have the airplane efficient for loading and unloading on the ground so we could keep the airplane in the air. We wanted 2 doors, and one of the doors we put on the nose of the airplane. So we had to put the cockpit above the main deck, and that's what produced the hump. We had some space behind the cockpit because of the hump, and everybody wondered what to do with it. Some people thought we'd use it for crew rest, but Juan Trippe, who believed in carrying passengers and giving them the best ride he could, he decided first to use it as a dining room, but then people realized we could put paying seats up there, so it's proved to be a good economic part of the airplane.
The 747 is one of the most complex engineering projects ever completed, with over 6 million moving parts. When the cabin is pressurized, the air increases weight by a whole ton. This plane is seriously huge. The Wright brothers' first flight could have been done in the economy section alone. If it were not for the fact that the wings would shear off while turning over, the 747 could, in theory, fly upside down. In the late 1960s, the 747 was not the only major aircraft project, though. In Europe, Concorde was the vision of the future. Everyone thought we'd all end up flying supersonic, but today, Concorde is gathering dust while there are over 1,000 747s flying, and they're still building more. Five hours down the line, different time zone, different temperature, different everything.
That was an extraordinary flight because I'm over the Rockies and then you've got probably 2 hours of flying over nothing. And of course, sitting up there with nothing else to do, I was thinking, what on earth possessed the early travellers who pushed west across America to keep going to a rocky escarpment and think, no, let's soldier on, let's get to that next rocky escarpment, and then the next rocky escarpment. There's nothing down there, nothing. And then look what you get to on the other side.
Everybody comes to Hollywood. They wanna make it in the neighborhood. They like to
If you read about Los Angeles or saw it in a film, you'd think, oh, come on. But because of the jet, you can come here and say, yes, it is that silly. Doesn't bother me, though, because I'm out of here.
Los Angeles is just a springboard, in fact, to my next destination, Tahiti.
120. 120. That's down here. You go left at Utah, all the way up through Salt Lake City, along here to Denver, right at Chicago, through Texas, and there's the gate. Great.
Planes like the 747 have massive wingspans, which means gates have to be spaced far apart from one another, and that's what creates the long, long walks. And then when you finally make it for your 8-hour flight to the South Pacific, there's nowhere to rest your legs.
The EU says that a crate carrying a veal calf has to be big enough for the animal to be able to turn round and groom itself. Now, there are lots of people who wave placards and get jolly cross saying that that's cruel. And yet, these are the same people who sit here for hour after hour after hour in abject misery to go on holiday. I'd rather be a veal. I'd love to claim that I am going to spend the rest of the flight here, but I'm not.
There are a few ways in which jet travel can still be glamorous. Using Concorde was good, and having your own plane would be pretty smart. But a flower from Tahiti stuck behind your ear doesn't really do it for me.
I'd rather go to Skegness, to be honest. Of course, there is a third way that flying can be glamorous. At the check-in desk, get on your knees and beg, shamelessly prostitute yourself, but get yourself upgraded. Look at this. Look at this.
There was so much space, in fact, that for the first time in my life I actually got some sleep on a plane. And when I woke up, they'd moved me even further forwards.
Sadly, after the events of September the 11th, it's no longer possible to just go and visit the flight deck and see how a plane works. But then, of course, when you leave America and go back into the free world, anything's possible. There's Tahiti.
$100. 4,000 miles on from LA, Tahiti is just one of many island paradises to have been lassoed by civilization's big, shiny bird. thanks entirely to the jet, getting away from it all has never been easier or cheaper. So cheap and easy, in fact, that Tahiti is crammed full of people getting away from it all. And to get away from them, we're off to the neighbouring, soon-to-be-ruined island paradise of Muur, which is pronounced by the locals as Muur. Of course, before the invention of the jet, people from the rest of the world did come to these islands. They just got here rather more slowly. We think we're very clever being able to get here in 21 hours from London, and I'm sure Captain Cook was jolly pleased with himself when he sailed here in just 7 months. Cook arrived in Tahiti in 1768 on his way to Australia. The locals gave him and his men food and shelter, and were rewarded with syphilis. As you can imagine, this went down very badly indeed, so when Cook dropped in on his way back home, they killed him. This is a breathtakingly beautiful part of the world. The mutiny on the Bounty had much to do with its crew not wanting to leave. It's only recently, though, that people other than empire builders, botanists and mutineers have been able to experience it for themselves.
Dependable double-deck luxury flying boat. Positive mines of interesting information. You'll fly at sightseeing level by the Phoenix Group.
The airport here opened in 1960 at about the same time the jet age started. And today, Tahiti is completely dependent on its annual delivered crop of 230,000 foreign tourists. But it's all wrong. Muur is an all-inclusive South Seas theme park. For a small supplement, you can swim with a dolphin in the hotel pool. It's paradise with a very small p indeed. Though I'm hardly taking the time to immerse myself in local culture either. Here today, gone tomorrow. Got a plane to catch. It's not just tourism that has been changed by the jet. Our diets have been transformed. Not long ago, a decent meal meant going abroad. Now the jet brings abroad to us. Tuna no longer comes only in tins, and mange tout are available all year round. Pointless things like kumquats and starfruit are common currency, thanks to the jet. Oh, and jets carry a huge amount of frozen horse semen too, for racehorse breeders. With all those dead fish, overweight tourists and equine sperm flying around the globe, there are lots of planes in the sky. Let me give you an idea of how many. For 3 days after the World Trade Center thing, all civil aviation was banned from American airspace. And in that short period of time, the weather actually changed. The days were 1 degree hotter, and the nights were 1 degree cooler. The vapor trails from jets form artificial clouds which hold in heat and raise ground temperatures. It's certainly got the environmentalists very het up, and jet proliferation has raised other concerns. That is a very big sky, but it isn't big enough. Collision. It happens rarely, but when it does, it's generally a news story. Like this crash in July 2002 between a Russian Tupolev and a Boeing 757 cargo plane. Of course, dying in a plane crash is hugely spectacular, partly because of the fireball and the horror, but mostly because it's so rare. Between 1990 and 1999, British Airlines carried 700 million passengers on 7 million flights and not one of them died in a crash. That's a whole decade, and no one was killed. According to official government statistics, you are more likely to be killed by your trousers. Time to leave Tahiti. Apparently it's 6:30 in the morning, though as far as I'm concerned it could be 12-ish. My body clock is completely broken. This is the homeward leg, but there's 33 more hours of flying and 11 hours of sitting in airports. Now, the good thing about Tahiti's airport is that it's really not much more than a landing strip, so there's no 25-minute stroll to the gate. All I've done these past 3 or 4 days, or however long it's been, is sit in a chair. But you wouldn't believe how many ailments I've managed to pick up. I've got a pounding headache, my wrist hurts, my hip hurts, I've got skin like cardboard, I've got acne for the first time since I was 14. Also, I'm a middle-aged man, a little bit out of shape. And so, as a result, I think it's likely that the veins in my legs will be full of lumps like space hoppers. Then there's the business of my fellow passengers who, well, they look a bit contagious. Before jet travel, it might have taken a new disease decades to cross the world. Now, it takes days. It was thanks to the jet that the SARS virus became a worldwide epidemic. Started in China and then reached Hong Kong, where infected passengers boarding international flights spread the disease internationally. Worldwide panic, all down to the jet. And SARS isn't that dangerous. If a seriously bad bug like Ebola ever finds its way onto an aircraft, then we really will have something to worry about. Auckland, New Zealand, one of my favourite places on earth. An old girlfriend of mine had the good sense to move here. But there's no time to visit, we're only stopping for a couple of hours.
Didn't get very far.
I am now completely bewildered. I don't know whether I want a glass of port or a plate of bacon and eggs. It was pouring with rain in New York, it was summer in Los Angeles. Now it's the middle of winter in New Zealand, and Thursday never happened. Disappeared completely. And there's another thing too. Since I left England, 4 nights have happened there, but I've only seen 3 sunsets. I have to say, of all the inventions we're looking at in this series, the jet engine is the one that the human being has just not really adapted to at all. We just can't keep up with it. Well, I can't. I feel terrible.
It's lucid as hell.
And that's it. Farewell to New Zealand, a country which I love. But I'm on my way to Australia, which I sort of don't love at all. I don't believe it. Gate 1. Gate 1. Of course, I'm not flying from it. That is Sydney Harbour Bridge, and that is the Opera House. And that means I'm in Australia now. This is the country that gave us Home and Away and Neighbours and Rolf Harris. This is home to the funnel web spider and the box jellyfish. So, taxi! Marvellous. Airport, please. We're currently flying along at 38,000 feet, which means we're a little closer to God, so I hope he hears this. Why? Why have you allowed us to go backwards?
Why? Why haven't we got Concorde? If we'd have been in Concorde now, I'd have been at home playing with the kids instead of flying along over Nizhny Novgorod, wherever the hell that is.
Now Concorde is grounded, it becomes a museum piece like no other. Because unlike steam trains or Ford Mustangs, there's nothing that has superseded it. We're not looking at Concorde as an example of outdated technology. It is still at the cutting edge. Losing it has been one giant leap backwards for mankind.
It's all about size from now on. Latest offering is going to make this Boeing 747 look like a chicken McNugget, drawing its inspiration from the QE2 rather than Concorde, the new Airbus A380. Well, it's going to be the first superliner of the skies.
For the last 30 years, the Americans have dominated the skies with the Boeing 747. But the jumbo's supremacy is under threat from the colossal Airbus A380. The European new boy will be bigger and more economical to run than the 747. It'll carry up to 555 passengers, 150 more than the Boeing. The A380 also sees Britain hanging on to a last sliver of the aviation industry. Its massive 45-metre wings and its engines will be built in Blighty.
So, we've had 100 years of powered flight and 70 years of the jet, and now it seems we're stuck, building variations on a theme, waiting for the next Frank Whittle to come along and show us the way forwards.
Whittle's genius was to replace the hundreds of moving parts in the piston engine with just one in the jet. But the future of aviation may well depend on an engine with no moving parts at all. NASA has been experimenting with the idea of scramjets since the 1960s. The scramjet uses its own forward motion to compress and then burn fuel to create incredible thrust, flying at 10 times the speed of sound. As always, there are quite a few hurdles to overcome, but the scramjet could one day allow us to travel from Sydney to London in 2 hours. It's taken me 23. The jet has spread disease around the world and has been responsible for the overdevelopment of tourist destinations. Flying itself is an increasingly miserable affair with cramped conditions and now, sadly, the threat of terrorism. On the other hand, though, what's the point of living on a planet as rich and as diverse as ours if we can't explore it? If nothing else, the jet has given us the means to do just that. Our knowledge and understanding of other countries and cultures has come on in leaps and bounds in the past 50 years. Our horizons are now global. There are those who say that the jet has shrunk the world. But after the journey I've just done, let me assure you, it hasn't. What it's done is shown us just how big the world really is.
race a rather different extreme machine over on UK TV G2. Crash and burn with the crew of Red Dwarf in just a moment. Alternatively, stay with us here on Documentary, where Jeremy Clarkson's hanging on the telephone after the break.
We live in an invisible jungle of communication. Down there, 10 million people could be talking to each other at any one time. Their voices travelling at the speed of light are going over you, under you, and sometimes right through the middle of you. And all that because of the telephone. Today, we take this communication on demand very much for granted. For most people, the thought of being without one's telephone is worse than the thought of being without one's trousers. But the story of how we got the phone and came to be so reliant on it is a story of skullduggery, death, electrocution, and enormous personal sacrifice. The high-tech dream of getting messages to fly through the air has not come easily. Pigeons have been carrying messages for hundreds of years. Off you go, Biggles. As late as the First World War, winged messengers were routinely used to carry sensitive notes across enemy lines. Biggles! Biggles! Brave military pigeons were even decorated. I can't think why. They are fantastically unreliable. And where would they pin the medals anyway? You've dropped the message! What was needed was a system where you didn't actually have to carry anything. Beacons, smoke signals, even drumming was tried. Anything to stop the skies becoming choked with all those unreliable birds. But in the 18th century, they finally cracked it. This is it. Well, actually, this is a scaled-down model of it. The real thing would have been 10 times bigger. It's called the visual telegraph, and it's absolutely brilliant. You see, it wasn't just limited to saying yes, no, on, off, fire, stop firing. This, if you wanted to, could say, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. The visual telegraph formed an enormous network that covered much of southern England. Messages were flashed across the country from stations set 10 miles apart. The 6 shutters could be arranged to symbolise the letters of the alphabet. It worked, and it was fast. Messages could be sent from London to Portsmouth in just 3 minutes. That's 2,400 miles an hour, 3 times the speed of sound. That is pretty impressive, but things were about to get much, much faster. You see, most early forms of communication used something you could see, something visible, like fire. But by the end of the 18th century, people began to realise that things would be better if they used something invisible. Electricity. Now, it was a British chap, writing anonymously, actually, in the Scots magazine, who first suggests that it could be used for sending messages. But it was an impoverished American artist who first worked out how that might be done. The artist in question was Samuel Morse. For 3 months of 1832, the 41-year-old Morse was on a boat. He was serious about art, so obviously had no choice but to leave America and come to Europe. Trouble was, the price of culture was 6 weeks in a sailing ship, each way. Slow. Very slow.
Hands to sail sailing stations. Prepare to set both to gallant.
Morse was a man with a tragic interest in speeding up communication. Just 4 years earlier, his wife had died unexpectedly while he was away. He'd missed her funeral because the news of her death had taken so long to reach him. If only there'd been something quicker. Maybe electricity.
Hey, mast facing square. Roundly let go on hold.
Like most great inventions, Morse's breakthrough was staggeringly simple. Why not, he thought, use bursts of electricity to signify letters of the alphabet? The dots and dashes that make up Morse code were born. But not content with simply inventing Morse code, and let's face it, he did have 6 weeks to fill, Samuel went one step further and spent the rest of the voyage inventing a means to transmit it. He came up with the electronic telegraph.
Very, very simple piece of equipment. What you've got here is basically a clockwork mechanism. You wind it up here and you turn it on here. Here is your electromagnet, which is affected by the current being sent from somebody separately. This moves a bar along here, and at the end here there's a wheel that sits in a pot of ink, which presses up and touches the slip, and then you can send simple messages which reads SOS, and you can read it here, ... .. ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ... ...
The start of the race for the telephone. Electronic communication had begun. The pigeon had been replaced with a courier which travelled at very nearly the speed of light. The 19th century had changed forever.
To begin with, people just simply didn't understand how it worked. You've got a lovely case where a lady went into a telegraph office with a large bowl of sauerkraut to try and send to her son. And the cable operators explained to her this was an impossibility, and she said, well, it can't be because he was ordered to the front line by a telegram, so I'd like to send my sauerkraut to him by a telegram.
Eventually, people stopped trying to send pickled vegetables over the telegraph and began to use it to improve society. A murderer who, having done the foul deed in Slough, had escaped to what he thought was the safety of London by train. And before the telegraph, he would have got away with it. But the local police wired his description to their colleagues in London, who simply met the criminal's train and arrested him. There were international advantages too, but of course the French tried to sabotage things.
The first truly undersea cable was the one that ran from Dover to Calais, but that was a bit of a disaster because a French fisherman trawled it up and thought it was a really rare piece of seaweed and cut a section out to take back to his wife and show her.
The telegraph, despite the best efforts of French trawlermen, soon spread across the world. The first transatlantic cable was laid in 1857. Now, it took seconds for a message to travel under the very ocean that it had taken Morse 6 weeks to cross. The telegraph really did change the world. It meant that newspapers could run next-day reports from around the globe. It was the Victorian information superhighway. It was the 19th century cool thing. People even met and married on it. The Daily Telegraph was so called to reflect its radical, new, confident, technological approach. The mystery of who invented the telephone begins in America. By the 1870s, the US Railroad and the telegraph that ran alongside it had finally conquered the Wild West, revolutionizing communication. Lots of people made lots of money thanks to the telegraph. The trouble was that a copper wire could only carry one message at a time, and there were just too many wires. The telegraph was becoming a victim of its own success. Something needed to be done. Huge rewards were on offer to anyone who could find a way to make the telegraph more efficient. So the race was on. Hundreds of men of science applied their massive brains to the problem. But few came close. One of them, however, was Alexander Graham Bell.
Alexander Graham Bell was born in Edinburgh. He was clumsy, impulsive, enthusiastic, fiercely ambitious, and he was an obsessive thinker. And what he was thinking was, surely you can send more than a simple dot and dash down a length of copper wire. And so it was. In 1871, at the age of 24, he upped sticks and moved to Boston, Massachusetts.
New England and a new life. It was here that Bell came to seek his fortune, and while he waited for his fortune to turn up, he filled in time teaching deaf people to communicate.
I'm going to show you how sound works.
He was convinced that the answer to the telegraph problem lay in sound, not speaking, not the telephone, just sound as a way of making Morse code more efficient. His idea meant turning sound vibrations into electrical signals. But he couldn't.
The trouble is, Bell was in a race. Thousands of miles away, in Ohio, there was a humble Quaker farmhand called Elisha Gray, and he had worked out how you could transmit sound down a piece of copper wire.
The improbably bearded Elisha Gray had seen the electric telegraph transform his rural backwater and had been fascinated by it ever since. By the age of 38, Elisha, who'd attended night school, had become an expert in electricity. So much so that the men who ran telegraph giant Western Union were backing him as their man in the making the telegraph more efficient race. Their faith in Gray was well placed. He was about to take the lead thanks to some batteries, a bathtub, and a 9-year-old boy. Elisha Gray's nephew had found his uncle's batteries in the bathroom and had discovered that he could use them to make a strange new sound by rubbing his hand along a zinc bathtub. As is the way with adults, Gray immediately wanted to have a go with the new toy himself. He realized that he was making an electrical circuit. Small amounts of electrical current were traveling from the batteries through Gray's body and back into the battery, but oddly, the electricity seemed to be causing some sort of very faint noise, which was amplified by the bath. Gray found that by altering the position of his hand, he could change the length and resistance of the electrical circuit, but crucially, as he moved his hand, the sounds changed too. Gray had discovered that electricity can carry sound. It was the first in a chain of events that would lead eventually to the invention of the telephone, but at the time, Gray had no idea of the significance of his buzzing bath. Bell had abandoned the idea of multiple messages and was going hell for leather in pursuit of the talking telegraph, even though he still had no idea how to electrify speech.
I could make a current of electricity vary as precisely as the air varies during the production of sound. I should be able to transmit speech telegraphically.
Mr. Bell, I feel the tuning fork will be no good. The vibrations are too weak.
But the vibrations are the key. It's the sound as we see it. I mean, subtle as they are. It's those that we must capture.
Then it must be a thinner metal.
Bell may have hit on the idea for a telephone, but over in Ohio, Elisha Gray was about to work out how to actually build one.
Hey, do we have a disco? Shouting.
Again, Gray's nephew was on hand with a breakthrough. Gray was struck by the remarkable similarity between the vibrations of a string carrying the boy's voice and his own work with the telegraph. Back in his lab, Gray set about building a machine that could transmit different sounds. Gray, like Bell, had decided that sound was the key to a better telegraph, and he was intent on using different musical notes. Critically, he hadn't made the leap to speech. He was hell-bent on using music to send multiple Morse messages for Western Union.
And so, in January 1874, Elisha Gray had the basis for what we now know as the telephone.
Enthused by the idea and in search of cash, Elisha made the journey here, to Chicago. Full of trepidation, the unassuming inventor demonstrated his harmonic telegraph to his paymasters from the telegraph company. But even though they understood that Gray could transmit sound and they could hear the evidence, the men from Western Union didn't make the leap to speech either. And they weren't impressed. They wanted more than one message at a time in Morse code down one wire as discussed. Humming, music, talking, they'd be ridiculous. So needless to say, the check was never written. Now, you can forget the man who turned down the Beatles. That has to be one of the costliest mistakes in the whole of human history. At about the same time in Boston, the altogether luckier Bell wasn't being downtrodden by the kind of visionaries who'd hamstrung Gray. The immigrant Scott and his technician were hot on the heels of Elisha Gray and were also discovering all about sound going down wires. The tuning fork idea was about to bear fruit, albeit accidental fruit.
Mr. Watson, do I have the right connections here?
Yeah. Are they all tightened?
Yes. I'll proceed now. Please take note.
Mr. Bell, a moment. The reed is stuck.
The sound of Watson's fumblings were carried along the wires down the corridor.
What did you do?
The reed was stuck, so I took...
Do it again! Repeatedly!
Without realising it, Bell and Watson had made a sort of primitive microphone. Even so, it was nowhere near sensitive enough to pick up the human voice. The transmission of speech was still a long, long way from reality, and certainly nowhere near Boston. Back in the Midwest, Elisha Gray had finally hit on the idea of talking, but he too was short of a microphone. Alone and without funding, Gray continued his research and hit on an idea to capture speech vibrations in a liquid. It was a brilliant and crucial breakthrough. Gray's drawing showed a telephone system that would have worked. Gray had no idea of the value of his diagram, but being a professional inventor, he sent it, along with a whole stack of other ideas, to the US Patent Office. Gray had done what he did routinely, only this time his patent application would change his life forever. Back in Boston, Bell was still unable to get his telephone system to work. But knowing that the Gray posse were on their way to Washington loaded with ideas, Bell sent his idea to the US Patent Office too, just in case. Only it was less of a practical solution than a statement of intent. Kind of, wouldn't it be brilliant if we had a telephone? So, on Valentine's Day 1876, couriers for both men arrived at the patent office. It was Bell's man with Bell's telephone idea who arrived first and presented it to an examiner. Just 2 hours later, Gray's courier, carrying the crucial diagram, presented the bundle of patent applications to the same man. The race for the invention that would change the world came down to a photo finish. Now, yes, that could be a coincidence. 2 men from different sides of the continent appearing in the same office, in front of the same examiner, on the same day with the same idea. But what happened next doesn't look like a coincidence at all. You see, within a few days, this paragraph appeared on Bell's patent application, fleshing it out, giving more detail. And back in his laboratory, Bell drew this diagram. Should we compare it to the one that had been drawn by Gray a few weeks earlier? Same use of liquid, same transmitter, same head. I'm prepared to put the same day thing down to a coincidence, but this is altogether rather more fishy. So what happened? How did Gray's idea end up on Bell's patent application? Well, it's the old story. With so much money to be made from the patents, petty cash was in plentiful supply. The temptation to accept bribery was overwhelming. Both applications arrived in the hands of one man, Zenas Wilbur. And as Zenas admitted in later life, it was he who sold Elisha Gray's idea to Bell's lawyers. So instead of Gray, it was Bell who was granted the lucrative patent for the telephone. At the time, no one realized what had happened, but Bell leapt into the lead. Armed with his new ideas, the breakthroughs just kept on coming.
This is quite a bit different from what we do in the past.
Yes.
Just 2 weeks after filing his magic, self-altering patent, Alexander Graham Bell had got himself a brand new design. At its heart lay a freshly, invented liquid transmitter. In fact, the whole setup was remarkably similar to Gray's diagram. But no matter, Bell was poised to make history.
Mr. Watson!
I heard it. I heard it.
You heard what?
I heard you call me.
It worked.
When he first heard of Bell's success, the humble Quaker accepted defeat gracefully. But as he learned more about the design, the truth became horribly clear. Gray had invented the telephone, but Bell had taken it from right under his nose. He tried to sue, taking his claim all the way to the US Supreme Court, but he was not successful. He died in 1901, aged 66, unknown and unrecognized. Bell's story, on the other hand, is the embodiment of the American dream. The impoverished Scottish immigrant died fabulously wealthy in 1922, leaving a vast business empire known today as AT&T, one of the biggest communication players in the world. The latest twist in the tale of the telephone takes us to Cuba, where it's claimed the telephone was really invented. What's more, it's also claimed that the inventing took place a staggering 20 years before Bell had even set foot in America. Enter Havana-based Italian scientist Antonio Meucci. Now, it's clear from his beard alone that here was a man born to telephony. But in the 1840s, Antonio's thing was analgesia. He was convinced that pain could be cured by wiring patients up to the mains. He tested his theory on his wife Esther, who, as luck would have it, suffered from arthritis. So one day, Meucci was going about his business of electrocution when Esther, as you can imagine, screamed out in agony. But her scream didn't just resonate down the corridor, it also travelled to Meucci through his copper wires. Meucci, who was rather taken with the unexpected side effect of his treatment, set about developing an instrument that could transmit speech along a wire from one place to another. In 1850, Meucci came here to New York. Now, by this time, his wife was seriously crippled with arthritis. So he wired up the whole of his house so he could hear her no matter where he was. And that, in my book, is a telephone. This is the house in question, where Meucci spent the next 20 years perfecting his apparatus. There was a mouthpiece and an earpiece, and the sound was apparently transmitted electronically along lengths of copper wire. So if Meucci's telephone really worked, how come he didn't walk away with a patent worth billions? Why did he die a pauper? Well, in 1871, Meucci was badly burned in an accident on the Staten Island ferry. And while he was recovering, Esther got her revenge for the electrocutions and sold her husband's invention for just $6. He could never afford to buy it back. More than 100 years later, on June the 12th, 2002, after some heavy pressure from the Italian-American lobby, the US Congress passed a resolution declaring Meucci, not Bell, as the inventor of the telephone. So, 3 men, 3 beards, 3 claims on the telephone inventor title. But for me, the winner is Bell. Whatever the US Congress resolves, and despite the rights or wrongs of his methods, it was Bell who actually got the ball rolling. When he died in 1922, the world had more than 40 million telephones. So it was Bell who changed the way the world communicates. He even changed the way the world speaks. Until the phone, we would say good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, but the telephone demanded something snappier.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Otto. Hello, hello.
Once people had worked out how to use it, the telephone really took off, and the hello girls could connect you to a different world.
Mr. Parsnip speaking.
With chunks and toll and telegrams and all exchanges too. Just telephone and we will put you through. Ring Abercorn or Otway. Ring Mayflower, Hop or Slough. Ring anywhere. We're waiting on your phone. Do you want a little warning to make you get up in the morning? Is your house on fire? Do you want to send a wire? Just lift up the receiver. That's all you've got to do.
Charming ladies, but a dying breed. And this is what killed them. It's the Strowger switch. The invention of the Strowger switch is another tale of deviousness, deception, and death. But the man responsible wasn't an inventor, he was an undertaker, and he lived in the Wild West. Almon B. Strowger had the good fortune to be a funeral director in Kansas City, where business was booming. In the 1880s, the forward-thinking undertaker was convinced that his investment in one of those newfangled speaking things would help breathe even more death into his business. Having bought a telephone and had it connected to the local exchange, Strowger found that his business, far from growing, began to fade away. To his horror, Strowger discovered that a competitor's wife, who worked on the exchange, was diverting all the calls to her husband's funeral parlour. Strowger decided to use his knowledge of electricity to bury the competition, and he came up with this electromechanical switch which could connect one telephone line to another without going through the operator. He called it his girl-less, curseless, out-of-orderless, weightless telephone. Strowger's switch was the key component of the unmanned exchanges that would enable the telephone system to spread. For the first time ever, you could dial directly from one phone to another. All you had to do was telephone. No one had to put you through. It was such a radical idea that in the UK at least, direct dialing had to be taught in helpful films like this.
Now you hear the ringing tone, which synchronizes with the ringing in the house of the distant subscriber. Do not abandon a call without allowing a reasonable time for distant subscriber to answer.
Thanks to the Strowger switch, the telephone was able to conquer cities, countries, and eventually whole continents. By the 1930s, the telegraph was dead. The telephone reigned supreme and for the first time was about to play a major role in the theatre of war. At the beginning of World War II, London was being bombed nightly by the Luftwaffe, so Allied command had to be secured deep below ground. Under Whitehall lay a nerve centre of communication that few people knew existed. And it was from here that the Second World War would be won or lost. And it was very nearly lost. Here in the Cabinet Room, the British government would meet, safe from German bombs. There'd be Anthony Eden, Clement Attlee, Lord Beaverbrook, the Joint Chiefs, and here in the wooden chair at the head of the table, the great man himself, Winston Churchill. Late into the night, in an atmosphere laced with cigar smoke, they'd talk about the North African campaign, the Battle of Britain, the North Atlantic convoys, assuming everything they said was a secret. But it wasn't. There was an enemy in the heart of government, a mole so dangerous that the thoughts and strategies of Churchill himself were being delivered into the hands of the Nazis. It's incredible, really, when you think about it. This secret little room, in a secret place, full of people sworn to secrecy, far below the streets of London. But there was just one weak link. That. Thanks to the telephone, precise details of the British war effort were being broadcast to the world, and no one in Whitehall realised what was going on. Churchill knew that reliable communication was vital to the outcome of the war, but it was one specific line of communication that was absolutely crucial to Churchill's plans: his regular transatlantic phone calls to President Roosevelt in America. The calls were all very hush-hush. Even the location of the prime ministerial telephone was a closely guarded secret. Had anyone seen Churchill preparing to call the president, they would have assumed something else entirely, because they would have seen him let himself into this unassuming room. It's a broom cupboard, disguised as a lavatory. On a telephone in this room, the first hotline to America, Winston Churchill would hold some of the most important calls in the whole of history. Unfortunately, he may as well have been standing outside with a megaphone, because the Germans had a listening station off the Dutch coast, and they could hear every single word he said. The trouble was, in the 1940s, the only way to speak across the Atlantic was by radio, so anyone with a listening device could tune in and hear the latest news about supply convoys, troop movements, and vital new initiatives. When the Allied High Command eventually realised that Churchill was inadvertently telling Hitler everything, the Allies had to think big. The leak in Churchill's lavatory needed to be plugged, and quickly. So what they came up with was this, an encryption device called the Green Hornet.
In nothing, great or small, large or...
The way the Green Hornet worked was deceptively simple. A recording of white noise made the phone call unintelligible. And then, on the other side of the Atlantic, an identical recording was subtracted, so the president could understand what Churchill was saying.
Very different is
the Green Hornet carried conversations about D-Day, Himmler's offer of surrender, and even Hiroshima. And with these phone calls secure, the outcome of the war became more of a certainty. The Green Hornet's encryption was so powerful that, unlike Enigma, it was uncrackable. Even today, the Green Hornet cannot be beaten. Churchill marvelled at the fact that he could pick up the phone and have a completely secure conversation with someone on the other side of the Atlantic. Once he remarked, "It astounds me. Nobody can tap the phone. It's completely impossible to do so." Progress perhaps is too fast. One wonders where we are heading.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
We were heading, as it turned out, into space. As we all know, the space race brought with it all kinds of giant leaps for mankind, non-stick saucepans and Velcro, to name just two. But perhaps more importantly, it gave us something that the likes of Arthur C. Clarke had been banging on about for years. Global telephony using satellites. It sounded like piffle. But in 1962, British technicians built a dish in Cornwall which could receive telephone calls from America via space with no wires. They called it Arthur, and it was a Leviathan. In this case, size really did matter. The Cornish dish had to be big enough to track a tiny 3-foot by 10-foot satellite travelling at 35,000 miles an hour, 2,500 miles away. The satellite was called Telstar. On July the 10th, 1962, Telstar became the first telecommunications satellite to be launched into orbit, and Arthur was its UK receiving station. Just hours after the launch, and with Arthur locked on, these were the first words to travel from America to Britain via space.
Hello? Hello? Hello there. How's it sound to you?
It sounds pretty good. You're very clear and intelligible.
Very good toward me. Who's this speaking?
With testing complete, it was over to the BBC for a more momentous and much more public second international phone call via satellite.
Hello, is that Alistair Cook in New York?
Yes, it is.
This is David Wilson. I'm speaking from the centre of London. Where are you in New York?
Over the decades, hundreds of communication satellites have been sent up into space, and millions upon millions of miles of cable are buried in the Earth below. With every part linking together, operating in sync, the vast, largely invisible web of communication has now become the biggest machine in the world. Instant global communication is in full swing. The telephone, with all its apparatus of mass communication, its satellites, its switches, its huge dishes and microwave technology, has clearly changed our world. But less obviously, the talking telegraph has apparently had its biggest impact on us at our most basic animal level. And it's created new kinds of scientists, phone anthropologists, who are having a field day.
55% of a person's impression of you is based on your appearance, so what you're wearing, all sorts of things about your appearance, and your body language, so the gestures, the facial expressions. So when you're talking on a telephone, you've eliminated 55.
55% of communication
is gone. This is space-age technology for Stone Age brains. Definitely. I mean, our brains are stuck in the Stone Age. Our brains still think that we're hunter-gatherers living in tribal communities. And this is the kind of communication that we crave. We need that sort of...
So even though 55% of it isn't available on the telephone...
Hey, it's better to have some of it than none of it.
Yeah.
If you think about it, we always use the term keeping in touch, staying in contact. And that takes us even back further than the Stone Age, because that you're going back to the social grooming among chimps. You know, you're going back...
Picking fleas out of one another. Yeah.
And that's effectively what we're doing. That's why we call it keeping in touch. It gives us that sense of contact.
So how come, and I don't think I'm alone, I don't like talking on any type of phone. I mean, my idea of the perfect conversation is you pick it up and you go, pub, and the person who's answering goes, yeah, and then you put the phone down.
You're like that because you're male. I think men need the visual connection. They need the body language signals as well. Also, men basically just don't like talking as much as women do. Probably gather from this conversation here, I seem to be doing an awful lot of talking.
Even though it's only been around for 100 years, the telephone and its culture is undergoing constant reinvention. 20 years ago, when we were beginning to think we'd got it sussed, the phone turned into something rather unexpected.
I've got my cellular radio phone here. That's it. You see, no cables attached at all, completely portable.
The mobile phone had arrived.
Here, Michael, just before you go, come and have a look at this.
Look at this, executive mobile phone. Tell you what, I'll show you how it works. I'll give you a little demonstration here. First of all, press that, and then you start. That's all right. I know what that is. I know, that's all right. The satellite has moved out of position, you see.
Today, 47 million people in the UK own a mobile phone. That's pretty much everyone who's capable of picking one up. It's a statistic that should cause us to hang our national head in shame for all that intrusion and irritation. But of course, I'm wrong. Again, mobiles are actually a great social healer. Mobiles are engendering a new sense of community. Really?
What it's allowed us to do is to go back to an earlier, actually rather more humane pattern of communication, something that we'd lost. Mobile phone is like the garden fence. It's almost like you're carrying your social support network in your pocket. It's a lifeline. It's a connection to your social world.
So it's interesting, isn't it? We think of the mobile telephone as appealing to the sort of 21st century part of us, but actually what it's doing is appealing to the...
That's my mobile.
...really old part of us. That's a really horrible ring. Do you mind my saying that?
And that's the problem, isn't it? Ringtones. It's an object lesson in the danger of choice. If any unfortunate extraterrestrial picks up the sound of modern-day planet Earth, all he'll hear is the Nokia tune or the EastEnders theme played on a stylophone. But I'm whistling in the wind. The economy has spoken. Nowadays, pop groups make more from ringtones than singles. Kids spend more on mobiles than chocolate. People today feel bereft without their phones, and I suppose, if I'm honest, that it is incredible that someone can now reach me on the same number wherever I am in the world.
Ellie, I'm actually in Beijing. Yeah, amazing. That's Tiananmen Square. Do you hear it? It's the buzzer thing they sound. Hi, yeah, look, I'm in New Zealand. Ellie? No, I'm actually on a boat in the Mediterranean at the moment. I know, amazing reception. Bet it was like this in England, eh?
But there is a darker side to your friendly telecom fantasy enabler. Your mobile can turn on you. And I'm not talking about brain cancer or dodgy driving or memory loss. I'm talking about something that really ought to scare all of Britain's 47 million mobile users.
What most of these people don't realise is that as soon as you make a telephone call on your mobile, your location can be pinpointed to within 2 or 3 feet.
It's a commercially available service today. Provide the company with a mobile number and moments later, they'll tell you where that mobile is. Great if you're an anxious parent, not so great if you're an overprotected kid. There are some pretty serious civil liberties issues involved, but worse than that, the telephone has been used to track people down and kill them. That's what happened in Chechnya. The bloody battle for independence from Russia was in full swing. With his government building bombed to pieces, the self-declared Chechnyan leader, General Dokar Dudayev, took to the hills. Dudayev had lost count of the number of times the Russians had tried to kill him, but it's safe to say he didn't expect what happened next. In April of 1996, he stepped out of his car into a chilly spring evening. He had decided to try and negotiate a ceasefire with an intermediary in the Kremlin. But as soon as he turned on his satellite phone, Dudayev gave away his location. Immediately, the coordinates of Dudayev's position were sent to a Russian military plane, and the rest, for Dudayev at least, was history. since Bell's first phone call, the telephone's been used for flirting, lying, cheating, everything from little white lies to major brushes with the law. All activities that involved speaking. 150 years after its invention, the telephone took a giant leap backwards. Look at that. Look at it. What does it mean? It's like French. It's just gibberish. I have never sent a text message, and I have no intention of doing so. But since about 12 million people do send them every day, it rather looks like this bizarre form of communication is here to stay. God help us. Pioneers of the telephone may be turning in their graves, but Samuel Morse is probably feeling pretty pleased with himself, because this is little more than Morse code, and it's spreading like wildfire. In Britain today, we spend an incredible £1.7 billion a year on text messages, and a generation of children are actually growing up with bigger thumbs. Today you can arrange blind dates by text message, be dumped by text message, you can even get fired by text message.
What a way to learn you're fired. The text message that spells the end for accident group staff.
As far as texting's concerned, why is that caught on to the extent it has, do you think?
If you think about what I call the village green conversation, what the kind of conversations we used to have when we lived in small communities. It's kind of, hi, how are you? Fine, just off to the shops. Oh, yeah, how's your mum, by the way? Is she better? Yeah, she's much better, thanks. Right, see you later. Basically, a connection has been made. If you take half the vowels out of that conversation, it's an absolutely typical text exchange. It's about keeping in touch without necessarily having a great deal to say. I mean, you should really get into texting. Texting is right up your street. You can avoid having a conversation.
No, but they're sitting there doing that's such a teenage thing to do.
Keep in touch with people who want you to keep in touch with them, who are going to get grumpy and antsy and bitchy if you don't keep in touch with them, right? But you don't actually have to talk to them. This is a male paradise, texting.
But my phone doesn't do texting.
Well, get one that does. How hard can it be?
Oh, it would mean phoning someone up.
Now, human communication is about to make another evolutionary leap, thanks to an idea that's been around for longer than you'd think.
At last it's happened, the thing we've been dreading for years, a TV telephone on show in San Francisco. Watch out, all you husbands who work overtime at the office. In the old days, it was just too easy to phone up the missus. But Mr. Smith of 1984 will have to think twice.
These video phones really revolutionise everything.
Because we now have everything. The verbal, the vocal, and the visual body language.
Can you try flirting now?
So if I do a coy look, do you want to see if you can pick it up? So if
Ooh, no, that's very flirty. Oh, yeah. Well, no, keep doing that, I quite like that. Well, you need to hold it higher for your best angle. And
you're just sitting there, don't you do anything?
No, I'm just looking gormless while you flirt.
Do something subtle, like sort of, you know... No, that's a female flirting gesture.
Give me a flirting gesture that I can do.
Smile? OK, try intense eye contact. Let's do the copulatory gaze.
Actually, you look quite mad sometimes in that sort of one.
Yeah, I can
back off
see you. I'm trying to see you. Yeah. Oh, good. Very good. Yeah. Actually, this isn't the best angle for you either. Hold. What on earth is that supposed to be?
Me looking like Clint Eastwood.
The telephone really has come a long, long way since Elisha Gray's nephew wired himself up to the bath. Who'd have thought that Mr. Bell's historic call for Mr. Watson's assistance would have led to the mute banality of the text message, or that the telephone, a machine for speaking into, would eventually become equipped for seeing with too. But the device that enabled long-distance talking has one more surprise up its sleeve. This is a hologram of me, and even though it doesn't look much at present, it's apparently a glimpse of the future.
Pretty soon, you're going to be able to use your communicator to beam people to wherever you are. And not even Captain Kirk could do that.
The phone has already changed the world. But imagine what this is going to do.
Go even further back in time to UK TV history. We're uncovering a veritable hoard of hidden treasure in just a moment. We'll come right up to date here on Documentary with another invention that changed the world.
Tonight's invention was developed by a man who'd already given us the thermal undersock and marmalade from the Caribbean, and yet he would die a broken man. It was exploited by the Nazis, and yet it would help Britain win the war. It brought women out of the kitchen, it made us fat, and without it, I simply wouldn't have a job.
So, 3 cheers then for the television. We humans are bright, restless, and endlessly curious, which is fine. But being clever means that we get bored easily. A dog, for instance, is perfectly happy to spend all day sniffing bottoms, whereas I've usually had enough after 1 or 2. Maybe that's why, then, we devote so much time and energy to thinking up new and exciting ways of amusing ourselves.
The television you're watching right now is not simply an entertainment machine. It has incredible powers. It has won wars, but it can make disaster out of a crisis. It has liberated the oppressed, but caused societies to disintegrate. In Europe, we have more TV sets than children and spend 9 years of our lives watching them. The small screen dominates our existence. And that's remarkable for a device that was brought to us by the Scottish inventor of the pneumatic boot and a 14-year-old Mormon from Utah. But before them, it was Italian Guglielmo Marconi who started the ball rolling. Marconi decided it might be possible to send messages across great distances without wires. Spurred on by the prospect of serious money, he started work until, in 1895, the breakthrough came. A gunshot confirmed the successful transmission, and the world of wireless telecommunications was born. Marconi's invention was an instant success in shipping, not least when an SOS from the Titanic saved the lives of 703 people.
The National Broadcasting Company presents a special bulletin.
And it didn't stop there. Once it was discovered how to transmit actual speech, the wireless era began in earnest. Radio was a revolution in entertainment, bringing the pub and the theatre and the hangings into your living room.
Scientists and the popular press began to speculate about what the next step might be. They figured that if radio waves could go through the air and into people's houses, then why not pictures? They even began to think about what such a thing might be called. Radioscope, radiovision, teleramophone, telephonoscope. It was actually a Russian who came up with the idea of combining the Greek word for long way away with the Latin word for to see. And there we are, television. Now all someone had to do is make one.
At least 52 people contributed parts and ideas to the television. All over the world, people were developing bits without knowing how they could be used. A Scotsman called Campbell Swinton actually drew a complete design for an electronic TV, but he didn't think it could be done and chucked it in the bin. Then there was the German Paul Nitkoff, who one Christmas Eve designed a disc that could scan images, as you do if you have no friends. But it was Nitkoff's spinning disc that inspired the work of an eccentric Brit, an ideas man ahead of his time, John Logie Baird.
Like most inventors, actually, John Logie Baird was Scottish. But he was a poorly man, constantly in ill health, so he moved to the seaside town of Hastings, here on the south coast. Baird wrote in his diary, coughing, choking and spluttering and so thin as to be almost transparent. I arrived at Hastings Station. Assets totalling £200. Prospects, nothing.
Baird suffered from two things: hypothyroidism, which made him weak, and an enormous capacity for rubbish inventions, which made him poor. He hoped the seaside air would revitalise his body and provide some inspiration. He needed some. In his 20s, he tried to create diamonds by heating graphite. To get enough power, he tapped into the mains and blew up Glasgow's entire power supply. Another bright idea was to design a glass razor. It was completely rust-resistant, which was good, but there were downsides. Next, inspired by pneumatic tyres, he had a go at pneumatic shoes. Baird's prototype contained semi-inflated balloons, which burst. Baird then came up with a thermal undersock, and remarkably this was a modest success. But Baird, by this time, was ill, and his doctor advised a change of climate. Leaving Glasgow and his girlfriend behind, he headed for Trinidad, where he spent his sock money on marmalade. His plan was to bottle it, export it, make his fortune and marry his girl. But by the time it reached England, his nest egg was full of maggots and had to be destroyed. And to garnish his misfortune with even more misery, his one true love went off and married someone with a proper job.
Desperate, ill, and virtually penniless, Baird came for a walk along this very coastal path just outside Hastings, and he thought, I've got to invent something. Don't care what it is. Lava lamp, sandwich maker, rotating washing line, anything. After a while, he thought, wouldn't it be good if instead of just hearing the person on the radio, you could see them as well? And that fascinates me, because it's like me walking along and thinking, wouldn't it be good to invent a time machine? Yes, it would. I could go back and win loads of money on the horses, but I have no idea what I might need. Now, Baird, on the other hand, being this mad kind of inspirational tinkerer, scuttled back into town and went shopping.
Baird had no money, no lab facilities, no specialist expertise and no experience of electrical engineering. But that didn't stop him. In 1923, at 21 Linton Crescent in Hastings, he started work.
When you see what he collected, it gives you an insight into the magnificently lateral mind of the inventor. To make television, he got himself the lamp from the front of a bicycle, a pair of scissors, a hat box, obviously. Then there's the tea chest, in which we find a selection of cotton bobbins and some sealing wax. Then over here we have the glue and the knitting needles. And then, when he'd got himself the lid from a coffin, he was ready to start work. He used the coffin lid as a base. He then took the lid off the hat box, pierced holes through it in a spiral pattern, used a knitting needle as a shaft, and turned it into a scanning disc. This converted the object in front of it into a series of lines. The lines of light were then converted into an electrical signal, which could then be transmitted to a light bulb, which shone through a reverse scanning disc, which reconstructed the original picture. Understand that? No, well, nor do I. But it worked. In 1923, Baird managed to transmit the image of a cross. Not exactly the UK's worst toilet, but we're on our way. And Baird was delighted. Unfortunately, however, he wasn't the only one working on the big idea. Over in America, there was a Mormon boy from Idaho called Philo T. Farnsworth. Farnsworth was born in Utah, but in 1918, when young Philo was 11, the family moved here to Rigby, Idaho, which, like Hastings, is proud to call itself the birthplace of television.
The family really couldn't afford any books, so he did not have a lot of education. But when they arrived at the ranch in Rigby that had this Delco power plant, he found in the attic of the bungalow ranch a treasure trove of scientific journals and magazines. And it's here that he probably really began to learn about television for the first time. He was probably sitting up one night flipping through an issue of Science and Invention magazine when he came across a story about pictures that could fly through the air. And this was a story that really captivated his imagination.
I was trying to find out. Who is this? Anyone we know? The two of us. It's the blind leading the blind here.
Now in their 90s, Farnsworth's younger sisters have fond memories of their older brother.
His mind was an inquiring mind, and he wanted to know what made the world go round. And that's why he became an inventor, because he wanted to see what motivated, what made things move. And so that's the kind of a person he was. He would say things, and we just took his word for everything, didn't we, Laura? Everything he said was right, was correct. Because he said so. Because Philo said so.
In 1921, 2 years before John Logie Baird had his moment of inspiration on the clifftop near Hastings, Farnsworth had a similar epiphany while working in a field. As he looked at the furrows he had just ploughed, he thought, hang on, you could scan an image with electrons if they were in rows like that. Genius. And he was only 14 years old. Farnsworth quickly fleshed out the details and back at school covered his classroom blackboard with his diagrams and equations.
And the teacher comes into the room at the end of the day and sees this wild array of diagrams and formulas that he's written on the board, and he says, "What does this have to do with chemistry?" And Philo puts down his chalk and says, "This is my idea for electronic television." And the teacher says, "Television? What's that?"
What the boy genius drew was the first electronic camera tube. Completely electronic television. There were no spinning discs, no coffin lids, no knitting needles. But of the two systems, only one could survive. And since Baird had actually produced and transmitted an image, he was ahead. Things were looking good for the father of the thermal sop. The cross was the breakthrough Baird needed. It proved his system worked. His father was sufficiently impressed to fund him to the tune of 50 quid. But Baird needed more than just money, and set about attracting some outside interest in his invention. So he advertised in the Times. Seeing by Wireless, inventor of apparatus, wishes to hear from someone who will assist, not financially, in making a working model. He was lucky. His ad was noticed by cinema supremo Will Day, and with Day's sponsorship, Baird thought up ways to improve his machine.
What he decided is that his new machine needed more power. A lot more. 2,000 volts, in fact. So he went out and bought himself hundreds and hundreds of batteries. Now, bearing in mind his last experiment with electricity had blotted out the Glasgow power supply, this was likely to end in tears. And it did.
Baird's landlord wasn't at all impressed by the electrocution and quickly evicted the singed Scot.
He had no money and things looked bleak. But luckily, his sponsors stuck with him and found him a little attic flat here at 22 Frith Street in the middle of London's Soho. Hi. Double espresso, please. Today, the building's a cafe, which means it survived Baird's tenure. But only just.
Although Baird had managed to get an image to appear on his rudimentary television, there were still problems to overcome. The mechanical Nipkow disc that scanned the image had to be made bigger to get a brighter, clearer picture. So, in his attic, Baird set about the task of making monstrous plywood discs with enormous 8-inch lenses. And at first, it looked like he was onto a winner. Not one to give up, Baird had the bright idea of studying the best lens he could find, the human eye. He fooled a surgeon into thinking he was a fellow doctor and took home a freshly removed eye. Unfortunately, while Baird may have been a fine inventor, he was a hopeless surgeon, and the eye just went squish. Fortunately for the Scot on the other side of the Atlantic, the young American lad, Farnsworth, hadn't got very far developing his idea either. He was the eldest in the family, and when his father died in 1924, he had to give up his education, put his television dream on hold, and find work to support the rest of the family. While Farnsworth faltered, Baird was preparing to trial the latest version of his television. But first he needed some dummy to sit in front of his camera.
Now this is a Stooky Bill. It's actually a ventriloquist dummy's head that Baird purchased off a market stall to replace a human sitting in front of it, because his original camera was so insensitive that he poured more and more light onto the object he was televising, until he got to the point where he, on one occasion, set fire to someone's hair. So here we have Stooky Bill sitting in front of a spinning disc.
In October 1925, with a final flurry of twisting knobs and crossing fingers, Baird at last managed to get an image of the dummy's face on his television. It was in shades of grey rather than just black and white, and this was a major step forward. But it wasn't enough for Baird. He was determined to see a human face on the screen. So he grabbed the first person he could find, and that person turned out to be a teenager called Bill Tainton.
Stay here and look straight ahead, OK?
I was a bit scared of doing it. But he assured me that everything was all right and nothing to worry about. And then he disappeared to go down to the receiving end to see if we can see a picture or something or other. And I got into focus and couldn't stop there much more than a minute because of the terrific heat from these lamps. And I pulled away.
You've moved a wee bit. You're out of focus. You've got to keep very, very still.
With that, he put his hand in his pocket and pressed £0.50 in my hand.
So that was the first television fee, £0.50?
That, you can say, was the first television fee in the world.
He should have got a better agent.
So, I was pleased with £0.50. Actually, I did all what Mr. Baird asked me to do. When he got back to the receiver, he shouted out,
"Can you just stick your tongue out for me, please?"
Couldn't make out what he's really up to. So I poked my tongue out, and I thought it was rude at the time, mind you.
It's worked. I can see him.
This is a photograph of what he would have seen. The first ever television transmission of a human face.
Well, he was still excited when he spoke to me, and he said, "What do you think of it, William?" So I came out point blank and said, "I don't think much of it."
Whatever Baird's living dummy might have thought of the weird Scots mesmerising apparatus, the man himself was ecstatic.
I can see you! Television at last!
Keen to show off his amazing invention as quickly as possible, Baird invited selected members of the Royal Institution round to his flat. And so on January the 26th, 1926, the great and the good, dressed in full evening dress, trudged up this dingy staircase to see what all the fuss was about.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for coming along to my demonstration of television.
Baird was worried. Not that they wouldn't be impressed, but that the lenses on the knitcloth disc might shake loose again, massacring his guests. All that happened, though, was that one man got his beard caught. The audience managed to see the face of a person. Although faint and blurred, it was transmitted from one room to the other. Some thought this was trickery. During his demonstration, Baird caught one suspicious man crawling under the apparatus to find out how it was done.
Excuse me, sir, have you lost something down here?
Television had arrived. Baird was on a high. Instead of closeting himself away at lunchtime with a scone and a cup of Presbyterian tea, he was to be found charging around Soho, gorging himself on peach and peacock. This to him would have been an hors d'oeuvre, an amuse-bouche. There were fine wines washed down with lashings of hot brandy. He was, without realising it, the original media lovey. Ironically, his favourite restaurant was the Ivy, which today is the favourite haunt of all the stars that his invention created. While Baird gorged his way through London's West End, an altogether more sober Farnsworth had settled down in San Francisco. The Utah farm boy, now aged 20, had set up a laboratory and was once more working obsessively on his television system. Though he had married, he remained faithful to his electronic mistress and confessed to his wife, "I think you should know there's another woman in my life, and her name is television." But his intellectual infidelity paid off. In less than a year, Farnsworth had a device that actually displayed an image. All of a sudden, Baird's mechanical system had an electronic rival.
Farnsworth got his first picture on this cathode ray tube. It was a simple image of a straight line that appeared in a field no bigger than a postage stamp on the face of this cathode ray tube on September 7th, 1927, and that was the breakthrough that he had been waiting for.
Back in Britain, Baird was under pressure. He was forced to combine gluttony with designing, using tablecloths in the restaurants he visited to work on improvements. He must have looked like a paranoid fool as he scuttled around with a sheaf of tablecloths under his arm. John Logie Baird, however, was keen to convince the Americans that he wasn't out of the picture. And so, just 2 years after his first clumsy demonstration of television, he scored another first. He broadcast live pictures of a woman in London across 3,000 miles of ocean to a television set in New York. In February 1928, Baird still ruled the TV roost, but his reign was short-lived. A few months later, Farnsworth launched his cathode ray tube system in San Francisco, and the press went wild. It was anyone's race, but neither of them won. Big business saw just how enormous television might be. In America, the giant RCA Corporation developed their very own, completely original electronic system, leaving Farnsworth out in the cold. And in the UK, Marconi EMI were developing a similar electronic system, leaving Baird out of the equation. However, here, Baird had an indulgent auntie. Baird persuaded the BBC to let him use their radio transmitters for his experimental broadcasts. His television then was no longer theory, he was actually transmitting.
It is now 12 years ago since I produced the first little flickering television image. Today we have in London a regular television service twice daily with thousands of lookers in.
Baird became the first in the world to broadcast live television pictures, and he marketed his Baird television like a true businessman.
This is the only surviving example of the world's first mass-produced television set. It was made in 1927. It's a Baird Model B televisor. They were very, very expensive, about the same price as buying a brand new Rolls-Royce car. In fact, they were so expensive that the Baird company rapidly had to rethink and bring out a much cheaper model. It's almost like a pair of video headphones. You actually watch it like this.
Early broadcasts were, quite frankly, rubbish, because the sound and the picture weren't in sync. So what you actually got was something like this. I would talk to you for 2 minutes, and then the screen would go black, and then you'd hear what I'd just said. Didn't matter, though. People were amazed.
Ah, so you've missed your train?
Yes. I got to the station, and there it was, just pulling out.
The first play ever broadcast was The Man with a Flower in His Mouth. There were 3 characters. All you could see was their head and shoulders, and then they would slide in and out of a fixed studio chair when the checkered board came across. And you had to look really, really hard to see the picture.
A dozen, more or less. I'd have caught it.
The early 30-line television pictures from about 1929 onwards were very small, only about half the size of a postcard. They were dim, and because you were using a neon lamp, they weren't black and white, they were orange and black.
While the BBC were busying themselves broadcasting plays about men with foliage in their mouths, there was another broadcaster with a much clearer agenda. The Nazis were quick to realize the potential of television and became the world's first public service broadcaster. And to make sure everyone got the message, Nazi TV helpfully installed the hugely expensive set in community centres. With the uplifting material, it was like daytime television now, only with Kilroy replaced by Hitler. The Nazis were the first, but by no means the last, to try and use the television as a tool to manipulate the masses. Back in Blighty, where there were masses just longing to be manipulated, the BBC finally decided it was time to get serious. The trouble was there were 2 systems, Baird's and Marconi's, and as is the way with the Beeb, they went for both.
Here at Alexandra Palace in London, they built 2 studios. To my right, one for the bantamweight Baird with his mechanical system, and to my left, one for the heavyweight corporation, Marconi EMI, with its Farnsworth-style electronic system. And they took it in turns to broadcast. 1 week Baird, 1 week Marconi EMI. And then, after 6 months, whoever offered the best service would win the airwaves of Britain. So, on November the 2nd, 1936, BBC Television was born. They even wrote a special song to celebrate the new arrival.
Conjured up in sound and sight by the magic rays of light.
Now, with such gems as the UK's worst toilets, you could be forgiven for thinking that modern TV has gone down the pan. But trust me on this, it hasn't. It used to be much, much worse.
You all right?
Yes, I'm quite well, thank you.
The 1930s was not TV's golden era.
I have not come here to be made a laughingstock. No, repeat, please.
This is a carving by the young English sculptor Henry Moore.
I imagined that you could find your way alone in the dark. Yes, I can.
But even if tap dancing and people in fezzes were your bag and you decided to buy a TV, it wasn't easy.
So the poor old viewer went into a big department store like Selfridges and said, I want to buy a television set. And the sales assistant would say, certainly, do you want an EMI system or do you want to buy a Baird system? And if you made the wrong choice, 6 months down the line, you were left with a worthless piece of junk.
Nonetheless, the competition was underway, with an early lead for Marconi EMI, whose picture quality was generally considered superior. And then, disaster. As Baird struggled to match Marconi's quality, his labs in the Crystal Palace were burnt down.
The derelict shambles resembles nothing on earth, least of all the old Crystal Palace.
Baird's TV system and his dreams went up in smoke.
The fire was the end for Baird. And the BBC never even bothered waiting for the end of the competition. They simply handed the airwaves to Marconi EMI. Baird was devastated, as of course were all the people who'd wasted such a vast amount of money buying one of his television sets.
Now, cameras, please. Here are the instructions. We're using all 3 of you in this scene.
But people who'd bought the Marconi EMI system didn't fare well either. Because no sooner had the BBC started to develop their new thing, it was brought to a grinding halt by the start of the Second World War. Afraid that enemy bombers might use the TV signal to guide them, the BBC stopped transmitting. For 5 years, there truly was nothing to watch on television.
August 8th, 1940, and the battle for Britain is on.
30 enemy aircraft over the channel, flying due west.
However, little did the Luftwaffe know that they would soon be defeated by television.
Picture the scene. It's 1940, and pretty well every day, wave after wave of German bombers are flying over this very stretch of Sussex coastline. Now, we were outnumbered and outgunned. We should have lost, but we had one critical advantage. Thanks to the new invention of radar, we could see them coming.
Radar wouldn't have been possible without one vital ingredient taken directly from television, the cathode ray tube. Suddenly, scientists didn't need to listen to confusing radar signals. They had a screen on which they could actually see the incoming aircraft.
Here comes the Luftwaffe. In dozens of flights, hundreds of planes.
In the Battle of Britain, it armed our forces with the exact position and distance of the enemy and helped win the most decisive air battle of the war. If it wasn't for radar, this program would probably be in German. So, in 1940, television didn't change the world. It did something much more important. It stopped the world being changed.
Hello, everybody. This is the BBC television station at Alexandra Palace.
When the war was over, which incidentally we won, television really took off, and 20,000 sets were sold in the UK in the first year. The sets were cheaper and better, and the rebirth of programming was perfectly timed.
Mix on new camera 1.
It brought some light relief to the doom and gloom of post-war depression. But while television was back and booming, the same couldn't be said of its inventors. John Logie Baird died a broken man. For 23 years, he'd nursed his invention, bringing the world the first television pictures, the first TV presenter, even the first transatlantic broadcast. But Baird's system was fatally flawed. Mechanical TV was never going to change the world. In America, Farnsworth watched helpless as the mega corporation RCA claimed his invention as their own, broadcasting to the masses and getting all the glory. Deeply embittered, he gave up on television and turned his brilliant mind to nuclear fusion, until drinking got the better of him.
He didn't know when to stop. An overactive mind that never slept. He'd have at night sometimes he'd have to have something to put him to sleep. He started taking a glass of wine, and then he'd have 1 or 2 glasses later on. It's not a thing that we especially are proud of to say, but the thing that took him in the end was alcohol.
It was a sad ending for the American genius who took his inspiration from the land and invented what you and I call television. You know, I've worked in television for 15 years, but I still have no idea how the actual set works. I recognise that these are speakers and that they have an important job to do, and I presume all this has something to do with electricity. But how that electricity gets down this bit, which is the cathode ray tube, and then makes a picture on the screen, I'm completely clueless. It's more unfathomable than an internal combustion engine. And to think it was all dreamed up by a 14-year-old boy. Farnsworth died sad and disillusioned. He was buried in this graveyard in Provo, Utah. But his spirit lives on, and these bikers from Salt Lake City who all work in television are named after the man who invented it. They're called Philo's Angels.
We're very interested in Philo T. Farnsworth because as the inventor of TV, he created a business and a whole industry that we're all involved in. We all love it. We have a great time working in it. It's fantastic. And if it wasn't for Philo T. Farnsworth, I'd probably still be a bartender.
Television changed the world for most people because they got to see things they never would have seen before, like London, England, Paris, France, countries like Italy, and many different inventions that we would have never heard about for years.
Rest in peace.
I think without question, Philo deserves the inventor's title for television. Here's an Idaho farm boy, who put things together in his head on a chalkboard with no real laboratory or formal training. And he did it months, if not years ahead of what everybody else did. Yeah, he deserves it, I think.
Thank you, Philo. Appreciate you.
By the time Philo T. Farnsworth died, television was well on its way to becoming the most powerful tool of mass communication on the planet. Television was changing history.
For joint appearances, the subject matter...
The most famous example of this was a televised debate in 1960 between would-be presidential candidates Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy. Nixon looked tired and haggard,
I think I better shave.
while Kennedy looked like a young, vibrant Cary Grant.
This is a great country, but I think it could be a greater country.
People listening to the debate on the radio were convinced Nixon was the better man, but on TV it was Kennedy who won, and it was TV that mattered.
So if television had never been invented, Nixon may very well have won that election. And if he'd won it, he'd have been in the hot seat during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Once again, then, television stopped the world being changed.
If Nixon had started a nuclear war over Cuba, then I'm sure it would have been the most exciting television program of all time, and possibly the shortest. The power of television images speak for themselves. A picture really is worth 1,000 words. Imagine if the moon landing had never been televised. No one would ever have believed that Armstrong had taken that giant leap for mankind.
Great shadow. Contact light. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I'm standing on top of the Berlin Wall, which for years has been the most potent symbol of the division of Europe. And there can be few better illustrations of the changes which are sweeping across this continent than the party which is taking place here on top of it tonight.
And television doesn't just record events, it can change them. If it weren't for television, the Berlin Wall may never have fallen.
That collapse of the Berlin Wall came about because people in East Berlin could watch West German television. It was in their language, it was all about them, and although they were never allowed to go there, they could see what life was like on the other side of the wall, and they wanted to be part of it. And it created an enormous strength of feeling on the part of East Germans that they shouldn't be treated differently. They shouldn't live one life, while people are exactly the same, a few hundred yards away, lived another life. And television created the pressure, it showed them when to move, and it showed them what had happened. And it really was a moment in which television impacted on every part of the process.
Television has had some really powerful moments, but I don't think anything matches the impact of what happened and what was seen and broadcast from New York City on September the 11th, when the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were destroyed, and seen being destroyed on live TV by tens, hundreds of millions, as far as I know, of people around the world.
Imagine if the World Trade Center collapse hadn't been televised. Would its impact have been so big?
The fact that it was broadcast, the fact that so many people saw it, I think magnified its power many times. And, well, just look at the world around us now, and we can see the consequences of September the 11th. A huge catastrophic event like that would of course had impact had it not been on TV. But I wonder whether or not the attack would even have been launched without the knowledge that it would have been broadcast around the world on television.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
There's certainly an argument that big news events are where television has had its biggest impact. But I'm not so sure, because there's another form of television which is more pervasive than advertising, more persuasive than a party political broadcast, and far more popular than any news programme. I'm talking, of course, about the soap opera.
Now, I've never watched a single episode of EastEnders, not because it's all so miserable, but because I once caught Dallas. I therefore know soap is addictive and influential.
Trevor, what are you doing here?
I've come to take you home.
No.
Take a recent storyline from Albert Square. Apparently, this man, who's called Trevor, had been beating up this woman who's called Mo, until one day...
What we weren't prepared for, even then, was the volume of the calls that came in and the letters that followed them, not just to us, also to the actors concerned.
A guy came up to me in a bar. He was a carpet fitter, and he'd gone round to someone's house, and there was a picture of my EastEnders publicity photograph was on this wall of this woman's house. And he said, oh, do you know her? And this woman said, no, but she saved my life. And he said, well, how? And he said, because of I watched EastEnders and I realised it was me, and I realised it had been me for 20 years, and I thought I'd do something about it, and I phoned the number and I got out.
I don't think, in a way, that we can take the credit for that, for being wonderful campaigners. I think it's simply a testament to the power of television.
TV makes you fat. The land of the brave and the home of the vast is, of course, an ideal place to conduct research into this kind of thing. And a man in Memphis, one time home to the fattest man in pop, has been doing just that, running a series of tests investigating the physical effects of television on children.
Okay, Josh, I had to get on the bed here. I'm going to put this helmet on you.
His young subjects watched the box and were then made to watch nothing at all.
Put the wall for me, all right? And what we found, surprisingly, was when children watch television, their metabolic rate, the number of calories they burn, was actually lower than if they were doing nothing at all, which makes them actually at risk for obesity. What we think is that they're not fidgeting. Children fidget all the time. Just ask any parent. It seems that children, when they're watching television, don't do that fidgeting. On average, children in our country watch more television per day than the number of hours they're in school. When adults are watching 5 to 8 hours a day and children are watching 6 to 9 hours a day, it's too much. There's very good data that shows that as the number of hours of television rise that you watch, your obesity increases.
The worry is, of course, that today there's so much telly on offer, we can only get bigger. With the advent of cable and satellite television, there are now, in Britain alone, 899 different channels. And that's too much choice. You have to go past the Norwegian weather, past the God channel, past the Duchy on the left-hand side. It's like wading through an oyster. There's yard after yard of phlegm. But it is worth it, because occasionally you find the pearl.
Well, isn't it? I'm going to give you a damn good thrashing!
I'm sorry. It's a quite straight yes or no.
Question, and I would give you an answer.
Did you threaten to overrule him? With respect, that is not answering the question of whether you threatened to overrule him.
Or could not.
Did you threaten to overrule him, Mr. Howard?
I've got nice legs in that.
With respect, you haven't answered the question of whether you threatened to overrule him.
Now, hold on.
We'll leave that aspect there.
But now, because of the speed of technological change, television as we know it is on the way out. Pretty soon, this is going to become obsolete. The television set is going to merge with the computer screen so that you'll be able to watch programs and graze the internet and play games all at the same time. And what's more, you'll be able to access a bank of every single program that's ever been made. So, your video recorder will be obsolete too. In fact, it already is, because we've already got televisions that remember to record your favourite programmes and then
play them back to you whenever you want, without the adverts, which I should imagine will have a fairly dramatic effect on the advertising industry. It is remarkable that something which started out in life as a couple of knitting needles and a coffin has in just 80 years done its bit to avoid a nuclear holocaust, win a war and bring relief to millions of starving Africans. And it hasn't finished yet, because when three-dimensional holographic television gets here, people will be able to come out of the box and move among you. So you'll be able to have me actually in your own living room. Think about that. Good night.
There's joy in store, the world is at your door. It's here for everyone to view. Conjured up in...
From the small screen to the silver screen later tonight, get up close and personal with John Wayne, the Unquiet American, at 10 to 1. Coming up before that, though, a look at the reputation of a rather more homegrown hero. Don't go away.